Hello, hello, hello. Gotta excuse PG's voice tonight because I've this freaking cold. I've got something different. I think it's allergies. I always have problems during the spring and then at the end of the year, right? Is anybody else still with this shit? I hate it. Um, Charlotte, how you doing tonight, girl? She says hi, PG in chat. I hope everyone has had a wonderful Halloween. God bless, girl. God bless. I seen a post on Facebook where somebody said, "Thank God, my trick or treats was like this instead of that," and it was the nice homes running up and down the stairs, little kid, and the other one was like a bunch of people getting together, cars, right? Like a bunch of family and friends getting together, and I guess they're all going to hand out candy from the back of their vehicles in order to keep the kids safe or something. I don't know. That's what I was taking it as. I'm like, damn, when did it become that bad, right? When did it become so bad that grandma and grandpa, great grandma and grandpa, mom and dad, everybody has to, aunts, uncles, everybody has to pull up in cars and kids go trick or treating car to car instead of instead of house to house, right? It's kind of insane. But it's funny. It's funny. Anyway, as I say every night, anyone wants to come up on panel, you're always welcome. We are a we thing, not a me thing here. And this panel belongs to all of us. All of us. So if you want to grab that link, come up, hang out, support Summer, Quinton, other missing children, you are much, much welcome to Palm Panel. Absolutely. So, anytime you want to come up, have your voice heard, just hang out, take the link, come on up here. And hey, Linda, how you doing, sweetheart? She says hi. Hi to you, girl. Sherry says hi, PG and my friend. Love you. She says love to you. Purple heart. God bless. Purple heart. I love seeing those purple hearts. God bless. Yes, purple hearts. Anything purple reminds me of summer now. Anything I see purple, I think of summer. I guess. And Linda was number 2 in here tonight. Sherry was number 3. Absolutely. Yeah, everybody's in a candy coma. You got that right. Right? I'm going to tell you. But I mean, there was a lot of awesome costumes this year. Absolutely. A lot more people are doing the face painting this year. So cool. I really like that. Uh says, hey PG in chat. How you doing, Deputy Sheriff? God bless. God bless. Hey KU. She says, PG and fam. Happy Halloween. Wish I could return that to you, girl, but I don't partake of Halloween. So sorry. But I wish you a happy Thanksgiving and Merry Christmas when they get here. Absolutely. Flip Flop says, hey. I say, hey back. How you doing, Christian? She says, or Karen. I don't know why I want to call you Christian. She says, hi. Hi to you, girl. Always L8. Happy Halloween, everyone. There you go. God bless. Yeah, I'm on time. LOL. Hello, beautiful friends. Hello to you, beautiful. We are sending that back. We're sending it back with much love. Much, much love. I'm just trying to keep up with the chat. Hey Ronald, how you doing tonight? Says hello everyone. Hello, Ronald. How are you doing? Sarah Lee says I deal with that allergy stuff every spring, every fall as well. Ugh. Yeah, it is an ugh, right? I hate it. I hate it. I start losing my voice and shit. It's crazy. I'll be talking and then all of a sudden it's like, like what the hell just happened to me? Right? Hmm. I bet my parents would have wished they lived to see that, right? Could never shut my little mouth. Desires of the heart. How you doing tonight, sweetie? Says, hey PG. Hey to you, girl. Hey man, there you go. Always L8. I love that. I saw one said, hurry up, get this night over with. Tomorrow is the start of Christmas. Amen. Amen. Yeah, they already got Christmas stuff out everywhere. They got Christmas stuff everywhere you're looking now. It's Christmas. I think I caught the Christmas spirit inside the grocery store yesterday. I think I really did. Been a long time since I felt the Christmas spirit come on, but yeah, it's beautiful. Beautiful. So I know this year, I know this year my light's burning for sure. That's going to make a beautiful Christmas. Beautiful Christmas. How you doing, crime? I have to see you, hon. I didn't see you. How you doing, sweetheart? I'm letting you up. I'm bringing you on panel. How you doing tonight, sweetie? I'm letting you up. I'm bringing you on panel.
Let me mute you. Hang on.
How you doing tonight, sweetie?
There we go. Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
So I just saw your title, and I didn't want to be outed, just to be clear, but it came out. People recognized my voice. So, yep, I'm the one that was talking to Betty in the phone calls.
Hey, girl.
So
why did you? I got you up here. I got you up here.
Avery told me about you guys yesterday. I hadn't seen this channel before. It looks nice.
God is so smelling down on us right now. I wanted to ask you, what got you to bring it out though?
Just watching all her lies. It's just sickening. It's just absolutely sickening. I was, kind of friends with her.
Right.
I'm eating Halloween candy here too.
There you go, girl. There you go.
I had to take my parent tax,
Absolutely. Absolutely. I heard that.
Yeah, we just got back from Halloween trick-or-treating.
I don't participate in Halloween, but I mean, I hand out candy. My kids, they love handing out the candy. We get tons of candy for the kids in the community.
Do you see in chat right now? Huh? Oh, I recognize her voice. I'm not sure if that's a negative or not, but the next one says, PG, please be careful with this one. I don't know if Amanda Grace is talking about me. I get that a lot.
Right. Well, Dolly and Bullhorn Betty and they got a lot of people that like them. I mean, I love Dolly. I'm not gonna lie, I absolutely adore Dolly. And I'm not saying that I don't I don't back like Bullhorn Betty and Molly Golightly, because when they went down to Tennessee, I totally had their backs on that. I really did.
Did you see what Molly Golightly put out there this morning? Guess who Betty decided to reach out to after all this came out? Molly Golightly, of all people. And Molly
Right.
Golightly put it on her channel, and she said, I don't ever watch her, and I'm not going to get the quote correct, okay?
Okay.
But it was something like, and Cher addressed it as well, and she's got a totally different story, which is really funny because they both have different stories right now
Right.
as to what these phone calls are about. So tonight, in just 2 hours, I'm going to be playing the full phone calls unredacted because people have an issue with me playing them with parts muted,
Mm-hmm.
and that's fine as long as the parts are not personal to me, not going to be doxing
Right.
myself or my child. I'll go ahead and play them.
Hey, girl.
I only put
I
out
was I was cracking up when you said that you couldn't win an argument with your old man unless you got him in a state of undressing.
oh my god, that wasn't even supposed to be in there. I was dying.
That was hilarious.
That was not supposed to be in.
Now we all know how to win them arguments, right?
Yeah, pro tip. It works. Hey, puppy. Hang on, my puppy wants out. That's my house, y'all. I have two little yappers, and we have, my little girl has all her friends coming and going right now with all their Halloween costumes.
Mm-hmm.
Freaking my dogs out.
They were some awesome costumes this year.
Yeah.
I was, especially with the a lot more people were using the the face art. They were, actually doing their own faces, and it was really cool. Some of the art that that they put onto, for Halloween. I mean, it was scary, but it was awesome.
Yeah, so that's really cool. Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm.
So this actually for me, the way I had the worst of luck when I first joined YouTube. My whole history has always been on Facebook. I've been a member over here at YouTube, but I had never joined anything as a subscriber even other than 10 to Life.
Right.
I was a subscriber of hers because of the Sophie Long case. I had followed the Sophie Long case over on Facebook in my group. And we were, supportive of her, wanting her to be out of it and safe,
Right. Absolutely.
And so then I came over here and I decided to do a channel when the Kyla Rodney case came out. I was really, really interested, very interested in really sleuthing that one out,
Right.
And did quite hours and hours and hours with that case. And but the first people that I met over here was Olivia, and then I met Perplexed. Oh my word. Why did I end up on Perplexed? I don't know, but I ended up as a sub on her channel and a couple others, but she was my main one, and I thought she was cool.
Right.
I didn't have any issues with anybody. I mean, I thought I'm okay with strong women. I like strong women. I am not out there like that. And so I think I like to hang around women that are, because it kind of makes me feel like maybe I am a little bit, if I'm hanging out with them. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I'm not like alpha.
Well, it's as if they breathe encouragement into you, right?
Yes. So
Right.
I love being around really strong, encouraging, I call them badass women. And that's what I thought Perplexed was when I first met her.
Right.
Well, it came out later. That's not quite how it is. But anyway, so I had only been a sub on her channel for 3 weeks.
Right.
And I came across some evidence in the Kyla Rodney case, some actual real life evidence. And there's nobody that can tell me that it's not true because I have the proof of it now. There was evidence that was being withheld, hidden back, secreted by 3 channels who had the information but wanted to keep it a secret between them. Didn't want to let anybody know. And I was like, oh, heck no, this is wrong. Y'all can't be doing this. You can't be, and please don't think I'm talking about Zav Girl, okay? Because that was never my intent. My point was,
I love Zab Girl. I absolutely love her. She is like,
and that's why I'm like, don't think
it.
I'm talking bad about her. But my comment was that she had spent, I was like, come on now. She spent, 10 hours on a live trying to figure out if Kylie's vehicle had a sunroof, right?
Right.
So why is she not wanting to look over this video? She's one of the 3 people that has it. And Zav Girl, right? She would, if she had something like that, she would want to look at it and analyze every little pixel in the video. I know that about her because I followed her too. And so sorry about my puppies. I'm so sorry.
Kylie's car absolutely had a sunroof.
Kylie's car, I think it had more like a moonroof, but
it definitely had a
yeah, it had something up there.
Yeah, it definitely had but the Kylie case is like, we all know that there was, we all know there was
we know
super suspicious
I've got new stuff on my channel about it too. Right. I am fully
It was super suspicious. How she, instead of a driver's seat, she's all the way back in the damn trunk.
Well, if you look at the video that I made, it is incredible. I used the processor
and the way they brought the car out, stuck it on a rollback tow truck with her still in it, and took it away, so no one could really know what the hell was going on.
Well, that part of it was normal. What wasn't normal?
No, it wasn't, because a coroner was supposed to be there. There was supposed to be somebody there. Her body was supposed to be removed from that vehicle after the standard procedure is when you bring something like that out of the water. Standard procedure is that investigators go over the crime scene. They secure what they need to secure. They get the evidence they need to get. And then the coroner comes in right there and removes the body. And then the vehicle or the boat or whatever gets, now it gets hauled away. Not the whole damn kit and caboodle together. I ain't ever seen no shit like that in my life. That was, that was freaking crazy, if you've ever seen crazy. But I think there was a lot to hide, a lot to cover up. I think there was a lot of, higher up people, money, a lot of money in all of that. And I think that, they, didn't want Johnny Public knowing shit. And what I'm saying is they had to do what they had to do to save face and save the community, right? And that's what they did. And that case is done because now there's no evidence. Once the mother had Kylie cremated, it's over. It's done. There's nothing to resume, nothing to go back on, nothing, it's just finished. And, you basically got to kick the dust off your feet and move on now. Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Well, that's going to be one of the, one of them that's going to, get justice at the end and not here where we're standing now, right?
Exactly.
So, it is what it is, and sometimes this is what, what we deal with. It ain't right. It's not right, but it's what, we have to deal with. And I don't say accept it. You don't have to accept it. I don't accept it. But the point being is we do have to move forward, right? There's a lot of other children and other people out there who need us, like, little Quinton just popped up. So, and we need to move on.
Yep. Hey, Brenda in chat, Brenda Phillips. I did put the calls together. And yes, I was on the phone with Betty, and absolutely, yes, 1,000% Betty said those things. And today, Betty is now saying that, well, you can go look and see what she says. I can't remember the word, but you can go look at it. Somebody clipped a little piece of it.
A lot of people are saying that, you piece this together.
Yeah, no.
That isn't, isn't real. It's
No,
not
it's
a
real.
real
It's real.
call.
I just muted out my stuff, my personal stuff, because I didn't have anything to do with it. The only important part of it was what she said. That's all that really matters. All of my stuff in it didn't really matter. It's all
Right.
stuff.
And it sounded, I listened to it, and it with the fact that you guys was talking about other things, like, on your husband and so forth.
Right.
You
And
know,
there's several things
you
like
could
that.
tell that it was, a real phone call.
Mhm.
Absolutely, a real phone call. And if indeed, you know,
Well, let me go back to what Lola just brought up in chat. It said that
oh,
I've been
Florida
going on
girl,
and on.
I so appreciate that. My dad, retired homicide
Aw.
investigator. That there, that there is a lot of cover up
Mhm.
and suspicion with Cowley's case,
Yep.
and to keep um digging.
Digging.
Yeah, and I believe there is too, but I don't think that, I truly, believe that. But your dad being a homicide investigator, he knows as well as I do that once they destroy, I mean, once they cremated Kylie, he knows and I know pretty much all good evidence is gone. I mean, there's nothing. What I'm saying is, there's nothing we can do, even if they covered it up and put stuff on, the um on the death certificate and stuff that was not, appropriate. You know, it
Yeah.
was lies, basically false information upon the. Then your dad would understand fully that that's going to go to the grave with these people. I mean, I'm not saying that somebody connected in it won't come out later and talk, but even if they did say, they could say whatever they want. The point is I don't think they'd be able to prove it unless they were smart enough to, like screenshot the truth or record the truth out of people, had a recording device upon themselves, you know, as they were speaking with the people and being told, what was truth and why they were covering it up and doing what they did, but without something, something really solid like that, you're not going to get anything. And a lot of times, even with recordings, people could say that's not my voice. I don't know who that is. It's not me. um and people's voices change, over the years as well, because and even a voice, like they do have voice analysis tests and things like that, but if you have strained your vocal cords and stuff like that, it's not going to allow you to it's not going to allow you to get a fair reading, and the person can say that wasn't me. So, and like, people's doing to the young lady that's up here tonight, on my panel. I hear so many saying she, put this stuff together. It's not real. She just
Yeah.
hates Bullhorn Betty, and you're always going to get that, right?
Yeah. And it's fine. That's why I went ahead. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead. I'm gonna play all the calls from start to finish. As long as, it's not like personal stuff, I'm gonna play as much of them as I can. I do have a child, so
I understand that, girl. I understand that. All Florida girl, she says he got a murdered digging in a landfill with no actual body. So I am going to keep digging. Hey, amen. Amen. That's what I'm saying. Um, you don't need a body. You don't need a body. Absolutely, you do not need a body. I don't hear crying.
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here.
okay.
I'm muted.
I thought I lost you, girl.
No. I'm here. It's my doggies were barking, and my little girl was coming in the room for a second. It's okay.
Yeah, and that's me. I mute when my kids come in. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't let nobody hear my kids. I don't do that. My daughter, I let her say hi to everybody. One night, I let her. She wanted to sit with me, so and I had to keep it on the low with my temper and everything, so that and I still think I slipped a F-bomb here or there, and hoping she ran back to her room when I slipped one, and I was checking my live to see if I slipped any more or anything, because I do not cuss or anything around my children. They don't hear me doing that.
Right.
I try to be the role model, I want them to be in the future, and that's definitely a no when my kids are around. So anyway, yeah,
Well,
I mean,
I decided, I'm going to go and just put it on out there as much as I can. And I've got more. I've got another phone call from the next day. And then,
I mean, did something go down between you and Bullhorn Betty to cause all of this? I mean, did you guys have some type of falling out?
No, I wouldn't call it a falling out. It's called me waking up. She is exactly how she is, and she's not going to change. And I do have a character defect called I want to fix people.
Right.
So I, kept trying to get her to see that, the way she's doing the protests and stuff was just not appropriate and not going to work.
Well, when they went down to Tennessee, I can understand that because it's like a year and we wasn't getting no answers. And hell, I'm all for going there again because we're going on 17 months, still no answers.
Oh man.
But and law enforcement down there, I mean, it's just like they're telling us Summer's case still under investigation. It's still hot. There's still, actually they're supposed to be getting ready to prosecute from what my understandings is. But, there has been no more briefings or anything on the case, and it seems to me like it might be trying to, run cold as ice as well. And I think that at least they need to come out and tell us where and what the hell is going on with Summer Moon Utah Wells case. But up here in Georgia, no, I don't agree with that, because why do you protest? You protest because what you want done ain't being done. Well, what do they want done that ain't being done? I mean, law enforcement is right now and has, they got fucking hazmat suits on. They're out there with, respirators on their face. They're taking the risk of digging through all this, nasty ass garbage out there that's possibly, I mean, that shit is tainted, haunted, and all kinds of other things. And they're out there in the middle of this right now, trying to find this baby. What more can they do? I mean, I think they done an awesome damn job from day one. I mean, they treated it like a criminal case. They already know that Quinton is no longer with us, right? And I just think that, and they're doing all they can do to find this little boy. I don't think it's so they can prosecute Leilani. Because I think they got enough to do that already. I think that they really, really, this little boy touched their hearts, and I think they really want to find him to properly put him to rest. I think if it's killing them that this beautiful little boy got put in a dumpster, right? I mean, his grave's going to be freaking landfilled for eternity. Bullshit. And I think that's how law enforcement's thinking as well. And and they should be getting a big pat on the damn back for everything they're doing right now, not protesters causing them more hell and havoc and distracting them from what needs to really be done, right? I think this family needed to be left the hell alone and let law enforcement do their job, right?
I got peppies again, but I'm listening.
I mean, that's my opinion. My
agree.
opinion is, stand back and let law enforcement do what needs to be done. You're wasting the taxpayers' dollars when you're doing what they're doing, and not only that, but you're also pulling, because law enforcement right now, are like your local grocery stores and every place else. They have, they're limited on people, right? They're very limited on people right now because a lot of people don't want to be a cop no more. A lot of people don't because, they feel like their hands too, you're taking a chance of, trying to defend yourself and be put in prison for the rest of your life against some damn criminal. A lot of people don't want, and people think nothing of killing cops right now. So can you imagine how small law enforcement is starting to become? And they need them extra officers when real shit goes down. So that's another reason not to be doing what people are doing at this time up there in Georgia. But,
I am thinking about going ahead and just dropping on out of here, only because I don't want to cause any issues, and I see so much BS in chat. Just quickly, Sunny D.
Why do so many people have a problem with you, sweetheart?
Because they follow Perplex and what she put out there, her and Queen Bee.
What did they put out there?
Sunny D in chat just put out and one of their rumors. This is one of their rumors, and she just stated it in chat, and it's a complete lie. She just said she went on Gray Hughes and he dropped her off a panel. She goes everywhere starting drama. All of that 100% false. I've never been on panel with Gray Hughes ever. That did not happen, and I do not go anywhere starting drama. The two times that I have been kicked off a panel was Captain Kurtz, and that's because Laura Perplex was sitting up there with me. She texted him and told him to do it. And I was arguing with her over this lady that was up on panel, Megan, the one.
Well,
right?
The answer to all of this isn't to run off, sweetheart. It's to stand your ground. I mean, if you're standing on truth, don't let anyone budge you from that. If you actually really are standing on the truth, honey, you stand on it because God didn't give you a suit of armor to run off with.
Exactly.
He gave you a suit of armor to stand there and battle it back, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this girl's in the chat. She's saying something bad to you and about you. Well, you know what, honey? You got the panel right now. Straighten that shit out.
All right. Well, okay. Snow, for one thing, I see Snow everywhere I go. I don't know who she is or where she comes from, but Snow specifically, I know that name because everywhere I go, she shows up and she spews the same bullshit in every chat. Everything. She has the exact same words.
Well, you tell her what words.
It's like,
hey, the panel's your.
No, what do you have, honey? Do you have it? Do you have a notepad?
Tell Snow what exactly you think about her. What do you think about Snow?
I think that Snow has been snowed by somebody, and Snow needs to just step back and listen to me. because I am not. She said, there's absolutely no excuse to release a private phone call to the public. You are a snake and BHB knew it. Your character is disgusting. You put that out for self-gratification.
No. Now, wait a minute.
Do you have any idea how nervous I was about putting that out?
BHB did not know. BHB did not know that she's a snake. And she did not know.
And I didn't even know I was recording the calls. That's the best part.
If indeed you are a snake, Blowhorn Betty didn't know it because she confided in you what you have played out here to everyone now. So no.
We were friends.
She obviously didn't know. And furthermore, you played it. What I'm saying is here's my thing. If basically what Bullhorn Betty was telling you is me and Cher are in cahoots. Me and Cher or where we have talked behind the scenes, and we are setting up this bitch and her daughter to get fully prosecuted for what they did to this baby. And Dolly must have been in on it too, because Bullhorn Betty said that that her, Dolly, and she are going to be up on Cher's panel once all of this is over with. So therefore, a lot of people are going to be for that because they want to see, they want to see Leilani and her mom.
Oh, me too.
Crucified, right?
My whole angle on this, the only reason I ever wanted to talk to the grandmothers, because I'm a grandmother with legal guardianship of my grandbabies. That's why I'm so very protective of them. Okay.
Right.
So I wanted to speak to her because, not to her, but like Cher was doing with the text messages, relaying, right. And, that was totally fine. I wasn't actually wanting to speak to her. But anyway, right. I was wanting to get a little more information about what was going on with the guardianship. Because everybody in chat, how many times did you hear Billie Joe say that she had guardianship of those babies?
This crime, I'm sorry, Crazy Daisy wants to know. She says, this girl needs to speak as to how she can wish death on a creator and wish harm to her children. If you left that voicemail, shame on you.
Oh my goodness, no.
Did you wish death on someone and harm to their children?
No, ma'am. What are you talking about, Crazy Daisy? I've never done that. Ever. I would never do that. Ever. So yeah, that's complete bullshit. That's not true in any way, shape, or form.
Why did you choose Savage to release the call?
Savage is friend of a friend, and I knew Savage has the audience for it. She is really great for calling out the tragedy pimps. Watching Savage's show is what helped me kind of figure out what was going on. I was kind of blind to it because we were friends, and I was starting to see red flags. So the night of the baby crying, that really bothered me.
Could there be a different angle to this? I mean, could there be a different angle to this? What I'm trying to say is, Cher has been like talking mad shit about Bullhorn Betty. She's been talking mad shit about Dolly. Actually, she's talking mad shit about everybody, right? Cher's over there. Yeah. Her crazy little bony fucking ass is sitting over there talking mad shit about everybody, right?
Right. This phone call that I have is not the only time that me and Betty talked about this. She talked about it with me and Olivia. It was just known amongst us three that this is what Betty was doing when she was there, that her and Cher were talking behind the scenes. Now, Cher said today, she said, have I talked to Betty a few times? Sure, I've talked to Betty a few times, but maybe we wanted everybody to think what you're thinking right now. She's so full of it. Go watch Cher's live from today. The way she explains.
Now could Blowhorn Betty told you that, knowing that it would get out and possibly screw up Cher's relationship with Leilani and Billie Joe? Could that been an angle for Blowhorn Betty, instead of showing her anger towards Cher? Maybe she told you a lie, and knowing it would be out here, and then people would say, "Oh, they're all in cahoots behind the scenes," and to bring this family. If that was the case, if that would be the case, I'm sorry they didn't let me in on it, because then I wouldn't be going, as mayhem on Cher as I've been going on this bitch. But well, yeah, I would, because she fucked up Summer Wells' case to the fullest, and I know she's probably going to fuck this one to hell and back as well. But the point being is, I could have a little bit of some type of respect, because hey, that's fucking genius right there, right? That's fucking genius if they can work together like that.
Well, the only problem with that is they're not supposed to be doing that. Number one, it's interfering.
Why not?
With the investigation. It is actually interfering with the investigation. It's perpetrating a fraud on their own subscribers.
Absolutely not, because law enforcement would tell you that they will literally tell you that what, like, I can talk to Leilani and her mother all I want. I can record all I want to record, and turn it over to law enforcement, or keep it private between just me and them if I want to. They see law enforcement runs their own investigation. No one can interfere with that out here. Nobody can interfere with, unless you're calling them like 100 times a day, having them, chase down bullshit, like the Wells case, for instance. They had law enforcement has, when you report something, if it sounds logical, they have to go check it out. And dead leads end up, they can end up, fucking up the investigation a lot. And I think that's what happened in the Summer Wells case, with people like Cher and them, constantly sticking their damn nose and having the law enforcement chasing a lot of damn dead leads, right? But in Quinton's case, let's hope that does not happen, right? We're hoping that does not happen. But I think this law enforcement's a lot smarter than to go chasing dead leads. They already got the leads they feel they need, and that's what they're going to follow until the lead they're on right now ends up to be, a dead end for them. But I still think whatever evidence they found inside of that house was very massive, totally leading them to believe Quinton is no longer with us. And I think that alone could prosecute and put Leilani in prison within itself, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't understand why Leilani's still there. I have grown children and I have 3 small grandchildren.
Because it takes time to put all of that together and pull the witnesses together, which I think, like I said, Danny's on the prosecuting side. He will be a witness against Leilani. So, and I think Danny's already, stepped up, made a deal to, get either immunity or whatever his part was. He's already making deals with the DA, right? So that's just what it is. What I'm saying is Leilani's getting prosecuted fucking regardless to whether, they find little Quinton or they don't. She's getting prosecuted for sure, right?
Right. Hey, Susanna Beach.
So how is Cher going to set her up? What I'm saying is there's not a damn thing that Cher is going to be able to tell law enforcement to help them, because you think Leilani and Billie Joe is dumb enough to slip up and tell Cher any fucking thing that's going to incriminate them and possibly get them put in prison? Fuck no. Absolutely not.
I don't understand the angle of what Cher said today put up against what Betty said today when they found out about the calls being released.
Okay, tell me what Betty said, and then tell me what Cher said, and I'll tell you the angle.
Cher put it out like she said, have I talked to Betty a few times? Sure, I've talked to Betty, but after previously saying she hadn't talked to Betty. She said she had never talked to Betty, but today now she says she talked to her 3 times, but that it was an angle that, oh God, I didn't clip it.
And then what did Betty say today?
Making it like it was something that she planned, like this is like she was playing Betty. Basically, is how it came out.
I don't think that's how it came out. I think it came out that Cher, that you outed Bullhorn Betty, and I think that Cher, once you outed her on the phone, she can't make she didn't want to make, because Cher's trying to go up there, right, to Billie Joe's house, so she don't want to try to make Bullhorn Betty into a liar, because Bullhorn Betty, I think that, if they got into it, who do you think would win? I put my money on Bullhorn Betty, to be honest. Cher was talking about how she feels scared, and she might have to defend herself, and maybe even mace Bullhorn Betty in the face with some mace, right? That's what she was saying on her live. I heard it.
Mm-hmm.
So, there you go. So that tells me she's, definitely scared of Bullhorn Betty. And when, when someone's intimidated of you, you know how them sissified bitches are, that's, wanted to talk smack and shit, and then you get in their face and they, everything changes up. Well, that's kind of, we're back in high school now, where, the coward decides they're going to speak up and tell the truth. And that's where the angle came in at. Cher said, I'm not about to call this lady a liar, so I'm going to have to fess up. Yeah, I did talk to her a few times, right? I can't deny it now.
Yeah, she said, yeah, right. Because she knows that I have phone calls and I have conversations between me and Betty about her.
Absolutely.
So she can't say she didn't talk to her.
Exactly.
So she knows she's busted on that. But now she's trying to switch it around like this was kind of her plan. That she was kind of playing this angle against Betty.
I know. No, she ain't playing. I don't think she's trying to say that she was. I don't think she was trying to say that she was playing, Bullhorn Betty, or anything. I think they actually possibly did, behind the scenes get together, because that's what us creators, we do talk behind the scenes. Some of us are, good friends. Some of us, we actually, there's people I call just to see how they're doing and so forth, and because I like them. I mean, believe it or not, people become friends behind the scenes, especially creators. And
those two, though.
So, and if they did, and they did, well, we know from what Bullhorn Betty's selling you, they did talk. They was in cahoots to play this out, and they thought that, but Dolly was in on it, and that's what Dolly meant when he kept saying, and you get a lot of information in all the chaos. You guys don't understand, but you will. So what he was telling you was Cher was going to try to be on one side, and with all their, and they was going to really amp it up out there, really give the hell, and hoping that Leilani and Billy Joe would get real angry and start, slipping up and saying things in the earshot of Cher, and Cher could get some good shit for everybody, right? Well, that plan went right down the shit fucking tube when when you you know when you exposed them. That's what happened right there. And to be honest with you, um um I have to agree. I have to agree that I'm kicking your ass from the studio, because I have to agree you shouldn't have done that, man. You shouldn't have brought that shit out. Right? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck up out of here. Because that was just, if they had that plan going and they could have gotten some information to help little Quinton, I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Fuck, I don't take up for fucking baby killers. So don't come back over here, hun. I don't even want to fucking mother freaking hear your shit. I would have kept that shit secret. When I told him I would keep it secret, I would have kept it fucking secret. Get the hell out of here. You just pissed me off. You really did. I don't like mother freaking Cher. I don't give a flying fuck for Cher. And that's the truth. I don't hide my feelings. But I don't give a flying fuck for people that, promise to keep a secret and then don't, right? Especially a secret that could have helped this baby. A secret that could have helped this baby. I mean, they had a damn plan. They had a plan going, and, they allowed her, they were nice and allowed her to be a part of it, and she fucked it all up, right? And now Leilani and Billy Joe definitely ain't going to fucking be talking to Cher, right? They probably ain't even going to let her come to their house now after all this shit. So, that's down the shit tubes, right? Down the shit tubes. There you go. I'm going to tell you what, I do like Dolly, and I do, and I do like Bullhorn Betty. I don't agree, but now that I know the angle that they were going at and how they were going to bring it down, they was going to bring it down upon these fucking savages up in that house, that, you have one that did something, the other one aiding and abetting and protecting the fucking savage, which I know it's her mom, but you know what? I don't agree with that. I don't agree with, hell no. You should raise your children a hell of a lot better than to kill their own fucking child, right? You should raise your children better than that. And then to aid and no wonder her daughter's doing what she did. When you got a mom aiding and abetting you, hand over your ass trying to, it's okay to do anything in this life. Mommy's here. No, that it ain't no fucking K. It ain't. And mommy ain't going to be there forever. No one's here forever, right? And that's why you raise your kids to be smart enough to, live a righteous life and not a fucked up one like Leilani. And if you're going to sit there and you're going to aid and abet this girl that, destroyed this beautiful little baby, I say fuck you too, right? And if Cher was going to go up there, and indeed they were going to raise hell and chaos out there in the front of this place, and so that this family would get all out of sorts and drop the big fucking bombs where Cher could get something that possibly could have helped. I doubt if she would have, because I think that criminals, these are criminal minded people, right? Leilani and her mother are very criminal minded human beings. And like Candace and Donald, and criminal minded motherfuckers don't ever give you shit that can hang them. Trust me, trust and believe me. These people are smart. And when it comes to this kind of shit, but if for some instance, I could be wrong and they are real dumbasses, Cher could have got something to help Quinton. Absolutely. And this particular woman that came up on my panel, they came up on my panel, as if it was a great thing for her outing these people and all that they had planned up to do against the suspects, against the fucking criminals who did this against this little baby. And you're looking for me to support, that? No. I'm going to tell you something. I always say a person is only as good as your word, right? And when you give somebody your word that you will keep a secret, you do that, damn it. You do that. When they tell you something, that secret goes with you unless it is very damn necessary to tell. And what I'm saying is if you got a girlfriend, and she tells you, she's dating a certain person that her family she ain't supposed to be having nothing to do with, they know nothing about it, and then she disappears. Well, now it's time for you to speak up, right? It's time for you to speak up and tell. Now, if this certain person, you should also get a lot of information from your girlfriend as to why this family does not like this certain person. You should maybe if it's really your friend, do a background check on this certain person, right? And if inside you is worried about your girlfriend, and just like her family, she shouldn't be around them, it still might be okay to tell so that she don't disappear sometime, right? Maybe you can cut it off if you can, but sometimes you have to give secrets, right? Sometimes it's necessary. But what I'm saying is, in this case here, it wasn't necessary at all. That was if indeed that was the plan they made, it was a genius one and should have been, I was all for carrying that shit out because it's whether it worked or not, they gave a big plus to Quinton. They were thinking about the victim, not these fucking criminals. So I give them props. God bless them. Daisy, I'm bringing you up, hon. How you doing, girl?
Hey, PG, how you doing?
I'm doing good. Much love to you, hon. Much love to you.
Much love to you. What do you think about all this?
I'm gonna tell you, I think it's fucked up that chick told the plan, ain't you? Don't you think that
Well,
she should have kept her mouth shut?
who?
The chick that was just up on my panel. The one
Oh,
that went and spilled the beans on everybody. She went and spilled the beans.
that's what I was coming up here for. I
I'm
do
like,
want to say,
damn.
I do want to say this. This girl does not tell the truth. I want to be honest about it because she came up on my panel under different names. On the Kylie Rodney case, and said that she saw Kylie Rodney in the back of the truck with a Letterman's jacket on and pants and everything, and that had soon to been proved wrong. And I just don't trust that lady as far as I can throw her. And I mean, I hate to be mean. She's come up on my panel and everything, but when I see people getting attacked, I want to, say something about it. And I feel like she's going from panel to panel, and
Right.
I don't believe her, Prayer Garden. That's
I
what I
don't
come up here
either.
to say.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Because
I don't believe her.
I've
I
caught her in
don't
a
believe
lot of
her at
lies.
all. I mean, I don't like Cher because Cher really did ruin Summer's case. She fucked Summer's case up in every aspect that you could fuck it up by not letting Donald come out and just talk. She was,
Right.
keeping him from, and Donald loves to talk, and and criminal minded people, they do slip up sometimes, and
They do.
and with Donald, you know, um, having Candace on his back, the way he had her on his back at times, and
Yeah.
he's already been drinking a little bit. I felt we could have gotten something that could have helped us a lot where Summer's case was
Absolutely.
concerned. But he was holding a hand over it, and that's the way I felt that she was
With
going to be
Leilani.
doing with Quinton's case as well.
It's already
And, you know,
happened. They did it the other day when Leilani was on there.
oh yeah,
And
she told
she
him
was,
to don't say it, don't say it. Don't
yeah.
give him nothing, she said. You hear that too, hon?
No, I got in the chat and I said, let her talk. Let Leilani talk.
Right.
Because Leilani was on there. She was trying to talk. And that one girl kept talking over her. I'm like, let her talk. Let her incriminate herself. You know?
Exactly.
That's how I felt.
Exactly.
And I got in the chat and I was like, let her talk, you know?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Let them run their, but Cher don't do that.
Well,
And you know, and then because what Cher wants to do is she wants to control the whole fucking narrative of everything. And what she doesn't understand now, dumbass bitch, you didn't get what this girl's going to say on recording or nothing, and neither did we because you shut her the fuck up, right?
right. They should have
There
let her
ain't
talk.
nobody going to know what the hell the dumbass girl was about to say, but you intervened. And you know, it could have been exactly what law enforcement needed to solve this case, but you fucking shut her down. And now you know, it's like the fucking how many licks does it take to get to the center of a turkey pot? Well, we fucking will
Well,
never know, right?
and Leilani was going to go out there and fight the protesters. Let her go. They stopped her.
Oh
Let
yeah,
her go out there and fight with them. Let her not go
absolutely.
to jail.
Let her well, you know, if she goes out there and fights with them, she may just fucking say something that incriminates her ass, right?
Right.
Or somebody might just smack her hard enough to jar that damn memory of what really did happen to that baby, right? Maybe
I
she'll
real.
maybe she'll give the information to the paramedic in the back of the squad on the way to the hospital, right?
Right. I
That's what
agree.
I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. You know, let her go on out there.
I
I
don't know if
mean,
she was laughing. She was making a joke out of it. She was singing. She
oh
was
yeah,
enjoying it. She was enjoying getting all the attention that she was
right.
getting. She does not miss that baby. She knows where that baby is. She knows
Oh yeah,
exactly what happened to that baby. And
absolutely, girl.
she's a Casey Anthony, a classic Casey Anthony.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I
And
so agree.
I believe she was going to say something and they shut her up. They wouldn't let her talk, and that's what frustrates me. And then
And
when I looked on there later on, Beanie Keys was up on panel with them. I
oh,
said,
did you
"What in
see
the
that?
world?"
Did you see that?
Yes, ma'am, I did, and it upset me.
Yeah, it upset me too.
I'm like, they're going to make a Summer Wells case out of this again. They're going to make a joke out of it, like they did Summer Wells. That's what gets me.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sorry,
Absolutely.
Curtin. I don't mean to fuss. I just
And
had to get it
hey,
out of
girl,
my
you go
system.
right ahead. You go right ahead because you know what? I'm fussing myself. And that's the truth. You know, I'm mad as hell.
Well, if
I'm
you
mad
see
as
it
hell.
wrong, wrong is wrong, ain't it, Per Gordon?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, it is. And you know, Cher couldn't say it better herself. Let me pop it up here.
Money. Money, 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 money.
There you go, Cher. There you go, fucking Cher. That's what it's all about, right? For them. That's what it's all about. That's what got Summer's whole fucking case fucked up and sucked into the darkness was that bitch and her thirst for the money.
Well, I just don't understand it. I don't understand why she is taking up for these people that is
Huh.
criminals.
Because this bitch had 4 kids and she had 4 kids, Miss Daisy. She ran off from her own 4 kids, left them in the hands of what I understand to be a very abusive abuser. And these kids
Oh.
had to, these kids had to get their own asses out of that. She's she ran over to Canada with that fucking Grim Reaper motherfucker, flew her ass over there on her broom, obviously, and got with him sitting over there in their house cell. And I mean, if she can't even take up and protect and love her own children, how the fuck is she gonna love anybody else's? Right?
That is true.
I mean,
That's
the bitch
true.
ain't 4 kids, and she also tortured animals and shit too. So,
Oh.
and she's fucking way out there, in left field somewhere, right? out there fucking abusing shit, and not just her own, not just animals and shit, but her own children as well. She leaves them in an abusive situation. And she has no care for, this bitch has no heart. She has no heart for children or animals or anything else. All she gives a fuck about is her, not even her nasty ass self, because if she gave a damn about her nasty ass self, she wouldn't have looked like she does, right? And and following the path that she's following, we clearly can see that she's into, the dark fucking side, right? The way they sit over there in that house cell and all creepy looking and shit. I mean, I call it like I see it. They're motherfucking creepers. Her and that old fucking dude.
Well, I did try to warn her about the tarot cards, but no, a lot of people don't listen to me about it. But
she's over there talking about spirit boxes and talking
dangerous.
to, all these psychics and stuff. And I mean, there's like,
that baby's in heaven. That baby ain't a ghost, is it, Prayer Garden? That
absolutely
baby's in
not.
heaven.
Absolutely. That's what I was telling people, I seen that. I played it out over here. The little light that looked like it was running towards the babysitter. That it was weird, right?
It was.
But the Bible tells us that, do not mess with familiar or unfamiliar spirits. And the reason is because demons can take the form of anything, right? And what you're fucking with isn't that baby. That baby's in the arms of Jesus Christ.
Right.
Absolutely. What you're messing with when you mess with that kind of stuff is an entity that you don't even want to know, right?
Absolutely. And there's a lot of evil coming from that house and a lot of evil around that house. And of course you're going to see something when there's that much evil there's 2 people that is murdered. I mean, there's 2 lives gone because of the people that was living in that house. You know what I mean? Like, there's another victim out there. The person that lost their son or daughter in a robbery that her son killed is victims. When I seen Billie Joe out there crying, I thought about the other victims, the ones that her son killed. There's a family out here that's grieving their loved ones that her son killed.
And when she's crying and grieving for her grandson, she's getting to feel how these people was with their son when her son took his life. And and what basically what she's feeling is, all of that evilness coming back full circle, right?
That's
when
what
you
I
don't
think.
when you don't give a flying fuck about other human beings, hey, if that's how you feel, it's okay, right, Miss Daisy? If that's how you want to be and you live your life, that's all right. But when shit comes home to you, when shit comes home to roost upon you again, because what you put out there, trust me, it will return upon you. Whether it be good or bad, it's coming home, baby.
Right.
And that's why I love putting out the good. Because, that's all I want coming home to me.
Me too.
Is love, kindness, caring, sharing, all the good things that, come from our Lord or God up above.
Right. Absolutely.
I put out the truth because I need and want the truth to come back to me as well, right?
Right.
It just is what it is. But those people, this is a family of bikers and stuff, and they live life on the, in the fast lane, on the edge, as they so call, say out there. And basically what they did is, they were going full steam fucking ahead, not caring who they ran over, who they hurt, what they did, because it wasn't their problem. They wasn't feeling it at all, right? Well, bitch, you just crashed, didn't you? You just crashed into that wall because now Leilani's mom knows exactly how those other people felt. And that's why you work to raise good children, so that people's families don't have to feel that, and you don't have to feel it either, right?
Right. But you know what I think, Prayer Garden, and this is just my opinion. I think Grandma's violent. I think Grandma, that's where the kids got that violence from. We seen it with the babysitter.
And
think
she's, yeah, grandma thinks she's a, she thinks she's a one of them hard ass, humans in the world, that don't mess with me. I'm going to tell you something. I dealt with some hard ass mother freakers way harder than grandma, and I've seen them bitches break down and cry.
right,
So, that thinking that you got to have that tough exterior all the time and be this little hard ass in the world and, always against people instead of for them.
yeah,
You ain't fooling nobody but yourself. I'm going to tell you something.
right,
It's a beautiful life when you're for not only yourself, but everyone else as well. It's a
yeah,
beautiful life when, when, yeah, there's a times that you have to be that little hard ass. Absolutely. And I'm all for it when you do, but most of the time you don't, and enjoy the hell out of it. And
right.
something, when you do,
Uh,
you don't want to be, and God knows your heart. He knows you don't want to be, but you're being forced to, and therefore he's with you, right, Miss Daisy?
right, absolutely. Well, and thanks to, too is I've been where she's at with the grandchildren. I've had to suffer it out and not let my stepdaughter have access to the babies because of danger. I had to sit and watch every move and protect those kids. And Billy Joe had a responsibility to protect those babies from her daughter, who I believe she knew very well was violent. That's my opinion, but
Absolutely. Sugar Gold, thank you for the super sticker, sweetheart. God bless. God bless. I appreciate that. I appreciate little sissy, blue hearts for Quinton, purple hearts for
uh,
Summer. Little sissy, you're on it tonight. God bless. I love that. But yeah,
uh,
absolutely, absolutely. We have a beautiful, beautiful, little boy that is no longer with us.
oh yeah,
I don't know if you heard the babysitter's thing, but if you want to stay up on panel with me and listen to it, I appreciate.
sure.
Missing Georgia toddler Quinton Simon may have drowned in family pool, babysitter says. Quinton Simon's babysitter exclusively told Fox News Digital that she found the boy and his toddler brother alone in the family's pool over the summer and now suspects that the missing boy drowned. I felt the whole time that this has happened that Quinton got out and maybe got into the pool, Diana McCarta, 47, told Fox News Digital. That's my feelings all along because Quinton's brother Zane can open the door, and they've gone out before. They were dirty. We fed them good because they were always hungry, said Quinton's babysitter Diana McCarta.
Now, we didn't know that they were always dirty and not fed, did we?
No, we didn't know that. I didn't
Oh,
know that.
she told the news. She told the news a lot more than she was telling us. Let's hear some more what she had to say.
Okay.
Definitely, there was neglect there. The 20-month-old vanished from the family's Savannah home October 5, and police said they believe the child is dead and was likely discarded in a dumpster that was emptied at the local landfill. Authorities have named the child's mother, Leilani Simon, 22, as the prime suspect, and her other two children, 6-month-old Sky and 3-year-old Zane, were placed in foster care. McCarta, who had been watching Simon's 3 children for about 9 months before Quinton's disappearance, said her 16-year-old daughter found Quinton and Zane alone in the family's full-size backyard pool over the summer. The children cannot swim. I go down there, and they was in the pool and we got them out. Leilani was sleeping, she told Fox News Digital.
Oh, I didn't know she'd been watching them 9 whole months either.
Wow.
You
Did you
know,
hear about the part where they were in the ditch too?
oh yeah, she's about to tell it too. But 9 months, she knew all of their business. 9
Yeah,
months with these babies, she knew all their business, didn't she,
she
Miss
sure
Daisy?
did. She sure did.
Mhm.
It was scary. After Quinton went missing, authorities drained the pool to look for the child. McCarta, who has 6 children of her own, said Simon's kids were not well cared for. Every time they come over here, we bathed them. They were dirty. We fed them good because they were always hungry, said the sitter, who lives across the street. Definitely, there was neglect there. The pool incident was not the only time the toddlers had wandered off. A month ago, McCarta said she found Quinton and Zane playing alone in a ditch 2 feet from the busy roadway in front of Simon's home. McCarta also said it was strange that Quinton often did not want to leave her house. Sometimes Quinton would cry when he had to go with his mom, she said. Simon.
Oh, wow. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard it.
He didn't even want to go home with them. I mean, she didn't tell nobody that little bit of info either, did she?
No.
We're learning some shit right now, right here, right?
Mm-hmm. We are.
Yeah, we are.
Poor baby.
Who is on probation for shoplifting, allegedly admitted to using cocaine and tested positive for the drug at the birth of one of her children. Simon and her boyfriend Daniel Youngkin, the father.
Oh, I bet that's what got the kids tooken was her testing positive for cocaine, right?
That's what I heard. I heard that she did.
That's exact, and it must have been with Quinton because mommy had custody of the 2 boys. So, oh, that babysitter knew it all.
She did. She sure did.
Yeah, let's listen to some more. She's gonna be probably telling on it.
Of Sky lived with her mother, Billie Jo Howell, who had custody of the children. Howell, who has a lengthy rap sheet, was granted custody after the court determined that Simon is a chronic, unrehabilitated substance abuser of cocaine and cannabis. According to documents obtained by the U.S. Sun, Howell had left town earlier in the week, leaving the children alone with her daughter at night. On October 5, at 5:20 a.m., Simon told McCarta in a text that she would not be dropping off the kids. McCarta said at about 8:40 a.m. Youngkin asked her if she had seen Quinton. Later that morning, Simon reported the boy missing to police and said Youngkin had been the last person to see him at 6 a.m. Police and the FBI interviewed McCarta and searched her trash cans. The massive search for Quinton has entered its 3rd week. The Chatham County Police Department and FBI have been sifting through the city's sprawling local landfill looking for the child's remains. Chatham County Police have called the search the most massive undertaking ever for our department.
Oh, wow. Wow. So basically, they even checked the babysitter's trash cans as well. We didn't know that, did we?
No.
We had no idea that her trash cans were actually sifted through as well as, Leilani's. I do know they said a neighbor's trash can had been sifted through and they found Quinton's DNA there. So it's possible that she had maybe a baby diaper or something that she had threw away and it was still in the garbage from the day before. So they would be able to get DNA or get something from that. Which might have helped them out a little bit.
Well,
I don't know.
I know that they did a DNA on the father and the boy that's supposed to be the father of Quinton, and the FBI did that, so they had to have got DNA from somewhere.
Exactly, because last time I heard, feds don't do DNA testing. Well, they probably sent it to a lab if they in fact did it, but they usually do not do DNA testing unless the mother's not willing to give up DNA. So they'll do it on the dad, or who they believe is the dad. If it doesn't come out positive it's the dad, then it's garbage now. They lost a lot, but if indeed they did it and he is the dad, then that allows them to know that what they strobed inside the house and what they collected from inside the house absolutely belongs to Quinton.
Oh yeah, he said that he didn't know for sure. He hadn't had a DNA before. He wasn't on the birth certificate or he wasn't on a DNA. But when the cops got a hold of him, because
Mm-hmm.
Leilani lied and said that it was him, that he took Quinton.
Oh, I
She
know. I heard that.
tried to blame it on him.
Mm-hmm.
And see, with the Harmony Montgomery case, they come out and knew she was dead because they found biological evidence. I just wonder if they hadn't found biological evidence that he was dead, because they're pretty certain that he's passed away.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they about have to have something like more than just her say about it. You know what I'm saying?
I'm thinking that what I'm thinking is whatever happened, I believe happened in the bathroom because the brother came out and mentioned the bathroom first, and I took heed to that. I told everybody on my
Oh.
live before they even talked about the bathroom. I said
Uh-huh.
he mentioned the bathroom. So whatever they found when they, darkened the house out with the tarps over the windows,
Uh-huh.
they definitely had to. It must have been in that because I couldn't figure out what area because that's what we kept thinking. What area? And when he mentioned a bathroom, her giving them baths, I said,
Mhm.
"Whoa, that must be the area." Now we got the area at least right.
Well,
And then a couple of days later, um, it came out that um, the grandmother said, "I think she let him drown in the bathtub." Right?
right. Well, Michael was saying that too, that she was
Mm-hmm.
bathing him that night. The brother
Yeah,
Michael.
and the reason that see they're inside the house, they're inside the home, listening and knowing and getting to understand everything that's going on and
Mhm.
what areas and when they strobe your house it's a damn wreck, right? Because they put that
Oh
stuff
yeah.
on there you know
Yeah.
and what happened was is obviously in that bathroom, Miss Daisy, they didn't use bleach. They must have maybe not had no bleach, but what they did is they tried to clean it all up, clean it up. But when you put the strobe over it,
Mhm.
whoa. So whatever's in that bathroom had to been like a massive amount, enough to make them believe that he couldn't survive through that one, right?
Do you think it was blood?
I think
Personally?
so. I do.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Mm,
Mhm.
that's a
And
shame.
and it may have been on the walls, on the floor. It obviously had to be a massive amount. I mean,
Oh yeah.
I don't think it was just like, on a little bit on the corner of a bathtub or this.
Mhm.
I mean, it had to be like really
A
fucking
lot.
bad. Mhm.
Yeah. Well, see, that's what happened to Harmony Montgomery. Her dad, he hit her with his fist and killed her. He he beat her in the head and killed her. Then
Mhm.
tried to dismember her. Poor little thing. He was an animal, and I see Leilani the same way. I see her violence. I can see it in her eyes. She thinks everything's cute and funny. She don't have a care in the world. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I think she done something to that baby.
I do too. I absolutely positively, you know, I have my suspicions upon Danny as well because
Oh yeah.
I think before they text the babysitter, here's my thought. I think before they text the babysitter, um, whatever happened, it happened. I think they basically called the babysitter off because something did happen.
Yes, he's very much
And
involved. I think.
he is, and they've had Leilani in 3 times. They had him in 5. Now, the first one to talk walks, right?
Yep.
And I think that he has turned. I think he's turned evidence on her, and pretty much that's why law enforcement knows. What he's done is he's already made a deal. That's what
Mhm.
he did, and he's with his parents now, and that's why they gave him clearance to leave because they're going to call him back and he's going to be on the prosecuting side witnessing against her ass.
Yep. I guarantee it. Per garden. I never thought about it like that, but I guarantee
Absolutely.
that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what Kayla Montgomery did. She broke down and told about what he did to Harmony. Harmony's dad did to her. Um, because they know how he killed her, and I know it had to be Kayla, that she would have had to been the only one to tell him, you know.
Right.
So
Mm-hmm.
that's exactly, I never thought about it, but I guarantee that's what it is. He's told
And
her.
I think that young girlfriend might have been threatening to tell, and her ass come up dead, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
Mm-hmm.
She probably was threatening
Yeah,
to tell on that
I
one.
think she knew as well. She might
You,
even been there.
yeah, I watched the interrogation of him, and he's evil. I think the only reason why he agreed to answer questions was to get cigarettes, because after he smoked him about three, he shut up and quit talking. But he wouldn't talk about Harmony. He would not, and that's what those killers do. They don't like to talk about their young victims, and he couldn't stand the thought that he did that to her. And I just feel like it's the same case with this baby here, because the daddy said that when she would get without her cocaine, that she would get violent towards him. Quentin's daddy said.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. He did. And also, that wasn't the first crime. Quentin wasn't the first crime. She was trying to pin upon that man as
Oh,
well.
I know.
I guess Leilani, every time Leilani done something and got caught, it was Bubba Moss's fault, right?
Yes,
I mean,
yes,
this guy can move halfway across the country, and for some reason, they be calling him back here because she would say it was all him, and he wasn't even nowhere to be found.
yeah. But that just goes to show you how manipulative she is,
Well,
how manipulative she is.
you got to wonder why every time she got in trouble, he came to her mind.
That's true. Poor thing.
I was like, what the hell? I mean, like,
He must have been an easy target for her.
something. Maybe, maybe he took the downfall for her, a lot.
Uh-huh.
And she just, thought thought that he would always do it or something. I
Yeah.
don't know exactly what was in her mind, but you know, I
Well,
hate
they
to
said,
say it. I had to laugh when when you think about things like that. You
oh
have
yeah,
to snigger. Like, it is
yeah,
funny. She blames him for everything, right?
yeah. Well, and she hated him too, because they said that she hated Quentin because of him. But I think Quentin looks just like her.
He did, and
He's
I'm
a
going to tell you,
beautiful baby.
I don't think Leilani hated Bubba Moss. I think she
No,
really loved Bubba Moss.
you
I
do.
think that's the one she did love, and she hated. What she hated was,
Mhm.
she really wanted him, and Quentin reminded her of what she really wanted and didn't get, and that's why she abused and allowed him to be abused.
Could
And
be.
and that happens with a lot of girls,
Oh yeah.
that have to move on to some other guy, and their hearts left with this other one,
Yeah.
and for some reason they turn on that child, and I don't understand it, but
I
you
don't
know
either.
I have seen, absolutely, um seen, like, I got one girlfriend kind of in that situation. um she got married, and then she wanted to get remarried, like, like she's always wanting to renew the vows and stuff.
Mhm.
And I said, wasn't wasn't doing that shit once enough? I mean, why all the money and constantly, doing this weird shit? Because to me, it's maybe it's not weird to some people, but to me, that's just, I'm a one and done, right?
Yeah, me too.
And when it comes to, something that costs a lot of weddings cost a lot of money, and you
Yeah.
can't be having them bitches every day. And and I said, would you have done this with so and so that guy she was with before, that I knew she really liked? And she's like, oh hell no. I'd have married him in a backyard barefooted and wouldn't have ever cared if we saw Pritchard again, you know, because she loved him that much.
Wow.
But she had a child by him, and this new guy she's with, she totally let him abuse this child. She doesn't give a damn about this child. I mean, she has more kids than one, and this child is like the whooping child. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Oh.
it's the only one she's got by this guy that she cares so much about, but and she don't, you know, she treats this child totally different than the rest. And I took, you know, note to this for sure, you know, but Child Protective Services does nothing about it, you know.
Yep.
They do
I know
nothing
how that
about it.
is. They don't do nothing, do they?
No, they don't. Mm-mm.
And that's what's so frustrating about it. I don't know
Absolutely.
how many times I've had to call the social services over my grandson when he was little, and him running around with a whole carload full of people all day in the back seat of a car, and me knowing he hadn't had nothing to eat or nothing.
Mm-hmm.
And I called him, oh, you need to call the state police. I called the state police. They don't do nothing. You
No.
know, finally we just had to get a lawyer and do it ourselves, you know. Take him ourselves.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, like my girlfriend, you know, her son is a boy. And you know, like I let him hang out, you know, in my home a lot, a whole lot.
Oh
To
yeah.
you know, to keep him from, you know, that
Being
type
over
of
there.
yes. And you know, he you know, he really likes me and my children. And but it's just, you know, it's so sad to see a child, you know, any child have to go through that
Yeah.
kind of shit, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, like, you know, it's like, you know, they come whenever, you know, they come to pick him up. It's like you don't want to let him out the door, you know, and that
Yeah.
puts a strain on, you know, on me as well, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, you get mixed up in other people's lives, and you don't know, you know, you don't know how bad it starts to affect you, you know.
Yeah. Been there, done that. Garden a lot. I've done that so many times.
Right.
And there comes a time when you do have to step back for your own mental health and say, I can't deal with it.
You
You know.
know, it was just like another before I had moved from where I had, you know, me and my husband, we originally lived. And there was a child deer that, like, he would stay with me a week at a time. I promise you, Miss Daisy. He lived with us week at a time. I mean, wherever he was, just like another child for me,
Wow.
you know, another kid. And you know, and then one night, it's like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, bam, 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 bam on my door. And so I go down, open the door, you know, somebody out there yelling. I open the door up and I'm like, what's going on? And next thing I know, this child's dad and mom's coming through my door, and this man is telling me that, you know, I'm not his parent and I don't need to be effing acting like his child's parent and this and that. I said, hey, listen,
Oh my gosh.
I'm not even trying to be nobody's parent. And, you know, and I thought it's okay with you guys. You know, I asked the mom if it's okay. He wants to be with, I just thought that, you know, he wanted to hang with the kids because they're his age. And, you know, at your house, there's none his age. And he just you know, he just likes hanging out, and it was okay with you guys. So, you know, but if you want your child, you know, it's upstairs. You know, I looked at the mother, and you know, I had to calm this man down. I had to calm him down, you know, and because the mom couldn't. I mean, she's rabbling the dude, and I'm like, giving her this look like, and finally, the man broke down and started crying for a minute, and she took his drunk ass, and she didn't want the child going with them. And
That's probably why the little boy didn't want to go home.
she took his drunk ass and went back home, and then, yeah, that's what she told me. She said, I let him stay at your house all the time because that his dad, and this was his real dad, his dad singles him every time he's drinking and stuff. He singles him out, pulls him out of bed, just abuses the kid. And that's why I don't care if he's with you all the time. I know if he's with you, he's safe. And
Right.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I just thought that,
Yeah.
they were parents that just didn't care where their kid was all the time. So I'd just keep him if he wanted to stay.
Right.
I didn't care, but
that's good.
yeah, and and moving was like one of the hardest things I ever did, because this little boy, he said, "You're like a second mom to me."
Oh.
And that was really hard, to have to, but me and my kids, I couldn't stay, that's when my husband was real bad off and passed on us, and I mean, he just drained us to the fullest. And me and my kids ended up at that time in this real dinky ass apartment. I mean, I loved it, don't get me wrong, it was beautiful being there, but
Uh-huh.
it was so small, and it took, and we was doing everything we could to try to, scraping everything we can to get our lives back in order. And, it took us a long time to do that as well.
Yeah.
And get back into a regular house, was a real job.
Yeah.
Because, when your husband passed away and there's those extra hospital bills and stuff, you got to pay them.
Right.
Married,
That's
they don't
true.
let you just walk away from that shit.
Right.
So, it was a lot. And with it being cancer, you can only imagine how much them bills were.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's awful.
Yeah. So,
Hard.
and that's on your credit and stuff if you don't pay. So I had to move into this, nothing to pay up, get all this taken care of before I could actually move on and keep my credit in good standings.
Right.
So,
And
but
taking on another child would have been way too much, right?
I'd have took him if his mother would have given me, if she'd have given me the paperwork, I would have been gone with him. He could have went with us, but
Aw.
she couldn't do that because that's her child, and I know she wants to, she wants to be able to see her child just like I want to be able to see mine. He had a good mom, just a
Yeah.
really fucking shitty dad.
Hmm. And that's what makes it bad for these little ones.
Right. And
One person.
and the mother acted like she was just too weak to stand up for her children. And because I know me, if he'd have got up, I mean, for instance, my old man would never had to worry about cancer if he would have got up at 4 a.m. to attack one of my children. He would have had to worry about a peg leg
Exactly.
to hobble around on the rest of his fucking life, right?
Yeah.
That's the truth.
I don't doubt that one bit, Per Garden. I don't doubt that.
And that just,
But some
those are your
people are
kids.
stronger than others, Some are just,
Oh,
they'll
yeah.
just go along with whatever and let it happen, and
Me and my husband, all the, years we were married, which wasn't a lot, but it was enough. We had one fight, one real fight argument, one.
Mm-hmm.
And I whizzed a bullet past his head.
Oh, my
And
Lord.
and didn't ever have a problem out of that man again.
I bet you didn't.
He was filling both ears.
I bet he was.
He really was. He wanted to make sure his ears were still on his head. And, I didn't have no more problems with him at all.
I
And,
bet.
and that was, with our first son, I kept trying to call and call and call to get him to the hospital because he didn't stay with me. My sister went to the hospital with me. He got off work. He didn't come to the hospital. And I kept trying to get a hold of him, and he wasn't answering. I ended up having my son alone by myself.
Oh.
Yeah. And he couldn't explain why he wasn't answering, why he wasn't, where he was or what he was doing. I just, as most women assume, and it was all bad for his ass. The next children came along. He was there.
I bet
He was there all the way through it. He was there. He wasn't leaving. But
That's good.
yeah, he made an oath, till death do us apart. And if that's what it's got to be,
That's
so
what
be
it's
it.
gotta be.
So,
well, I can't say much. I've smacked my husband's face before, but I caught him cheating, so
I didn't catch mine. I didn't catch him, but I sure had a feeling he did. He still couldn't ever explain where the hell he was or what he was doing. He wasn't one to lie. He was more, just don't answer you. Like he can't freaking hear it.
like
And
that makes you even more madder than ever. That makes me madder when somebody don't. That
right.
infuriates me.
That's the way I was, that's the way I was. I was like, and I just told him, I'm going to drop it for the sake of, our family. I'm going to drop it and right where it's at. I mean, after the bullet went past his head,
Well, of course.
that made me feel a lot better. I, kind of got it out of my system, and and I didn't give a damn if he lost an ear or not. I mean, he's grabbed the side of his ear, I was like, I hoped I blew that bitch off, but I really did. At the time, I really didn't care at all. But he but after you think about it, well, actually my mother had to speak with me over it. And she told me that, I would have been in prison a lot longer than he'd probably be on this earth. And and she was a damn right about that, right? But she said that that I needed to get myself in check and take some anger management classes for sure.
Well, when it comes to stuff like that, Prayer Garden, you can't just ignore it, though. You got to keep it in check.
Absolutely not. And I ain't one to blame a girl. I know a lot of women do blame the other woman or the girl. I don't. I blame the man. I am one of them that,
Me
I put the
too.
blame where the blame. If he said no, they, no matter how many women came on to someone, if you say no, then it's no. And, and the same with women, your wife does not have to have an affair and your husband does not have to have an affair. And, don't blame who they're having an affair with, because that person can only do what they allow them to do. And,
Absolutely.
so I'm not one of those. I'm not going to go after, a matter of fact, if I did go after the woman, it would just be to hug her for showing me, and thanking her for showing me what a piece of shit I got anyway, right?
Right.
That, let me know how he was. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
You know, now you could wrap his ass up and take him with you.
In a body bag.
Absolutely.
uh,
Yeah, you know, she could lay a stiff from then on.
yeah, and well, especially when it comes to your children, when you're, especially your first baby, you want somebody to be there with you.
Absolutely, but no, absolutely. My sister, you know, she had a family. I knew she had to get home. I just assumed he's going to be there, you know, at some point. I thought maybe he's out getting dinner, or, you know, but it went from dinner to, I mean, I was making excuses for this idiot all night long, and it did not go well. Absolutely not.
Well, I don't blame you. I know how it's been. I've been there, done that. I know I've not done that, but I know exactly how it feels to be infuriated.
And you
And
know, the first place he went after it all went down,
where's that?
to my mother.
Oh no!
Unbelievable, right? He runs like a
Yeah.
2-year old to tell, you know, to tell on me to my mother out of all people. I'm like, are you serious? That's where I found him, was at my mother's. I'm like,
Well,
that was crazy, you know? It's like,
they do that sometimes, though. They will. Like your mom must have really liked him.
my mother, well, yeah, she did like him, and, you know, she knew me very well.
Yeah. Oh.
My mom knew I had such a bad temper. I don't think he knew. my mom, my mother said, you know, told him, said, well, I tried to warn you about her before you married her, didn't I?
Oh my Lord.
So I'm
Hey,
like,
they
oh my
like
gosh,
it.
my
I'll be
own
honest.
mother against me.
They like when women stand up for themselves. They don't like it when women don't stand up for themselves. They
Oh
like
yeah,
women that
absolutely.
stand up for themselves.
You know, yeah, yeah, I think they do. You know, um, I think they do. And you know, if you hear a noise, they'll let you go before them. Right?
Oh yeah.
I'm like, are you serious? Get your ass in front. You know what I'm saying? I got you covered, Johnny. You ain't covering me.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
goddamn stupid. Right? What happened to protecting the women and children in the house?
Exactly.
They be looking for us to protect them.
They
They
do.
crack me
Well,
up.
I actually had to do that one night. This woman in my neighborhood ran in. Well, her kids were in my house, through my house, and said that their daddy was stabbing their mommy, and you could hear her screaming all the way across the yard. Next thing I know, she's running in my house, and I look at the door, and that man's wrestling my husband with a shotgun, and I had to run him out, like
Yeah.
literally wrestling with my husband over a shotgun.
Oh my
And
gosh.
yeah, and all the kids were there, so I had to like run him out. I don't know how I did it, but I did. I ran him off the porch.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, sometimes you have to jump in there and give them a hand, right?
Yeah, well, especially when it comes to kids, them little kids were scared to death, and
Mm-hmm.
all I could
Absolutely.
think is if he got that shotgun, we've all had it,
I'm
So
going to tell you, absolutely. You know, I used to, I used to, in my younger days, you know, before, you know, I decided to get educated and calm down a little bit, run it, you know, raising a family. But in my younger days, we used to go, you know, out to the bar, shoot pool, things like that, right?
mhm.
And, you know, you do not know how many times, you know, you've got to break that cue stick over somebody's head. You didn't even start. You didn't
That's
even
right.
start no trouble. You didn't do anything. You don't know how the shit broke out. You don't know what happened. You don't know who started it with who. All you know is now you're in it and you got to take up for, you got to watch the back of the people that were with you, right?
Right.
And I promise you, it could get crazy. It can get absolutely crazy. I have been in the back of a squad car more times than I would like to think about. Absolutely. I'm like, I didn't do it. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, right?
Right.
Best thing you could do when police come through is take your whatever you got in your hand, toss it, get under the pool table, and act like you've been there the whole time.
Oh Lord.
They'll be feeling sorry for you. They'll be
Lord.
asking you, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" and then as soon as you step outside, and if some bitch that seen you do something, they be pointing their finger at
I
you.
know it. I know. My neighbor did me that way one time. They
I
can't
mean,
wait to tell on you.
oh man, they come running up. I want her arrested, right?
Oh my Lord.
For what? For what?
Prayer garden.
Are you kidding me? I almost got killed in there.
Oh my Lord. It was the good old days, wasn't they, prayer garden?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well,
I
I'll
used
tell
to
you
be a little
what.
rough and tough when I was a teenager.
After I got baptized, Miss Daisy, after I
Uh-huh.
went down in that water and that preacher pulled me out. I
Uh-huh.
mean, the minute I came out of that water, the very second I came out, my eyes were open.
Yeah.
And I look back upon my life and I didn't even know that person.
Aw.
I didn't want to know that person. Seriously, I did not even want to know. I did not even want to. It was so shameful. It was like, so, it really is taking off the old and putting on the new.
It is.
Absolutely. I mean, I couldn't believe that I ever thought, I seen the cesspools that I was in, and I
Mhm.
wonder what was I ever doing there, right?
Right. And
What
you're
was I
like,
ever doing there?
the Lord had to save me because it keep me from getting killed, That's
Mm-hmm.
what I think about a lot. It's like, it's a wonder I didn't
Absolutely.
get hurt,
Right. Right.
Because I used to hang around with some bad people too when I was a teenager.
Right.
Not the best of people.
But I think God always knows his children. I think that, because, my whole life I always, felt that God's gonna pull me through everything and anything, and
Yeah.
he has. He
Oh
absolutely
yeah.
has. I think God knows our
Absolutely.
hearts. And like I said,
He does.
I haven't ever started anything in my life. Not one fight. Not one. I have not ever started even one fight. People always brought it to me.
Yeah.
Every time they bring it to me. And you got to do what you got to do at that point. They don't give
Yeah.
you a choice, right? I mean, if I had a
Right.
choice, I would have been their friend.
Right.
I really would have rather been their friend than their foe. But,
Yeah. But
for
you're
some
probably a
reason,
beautiful woman, and they's probably jealous of you, prayer garden.
I don't, yeah, I am pretty.
I
But,
bet you are pretty.
beauty's only skin deep, Miss Daisy. I mean, it doesn't matter how pretty you are. If you ain't got a good heart, if you ain't got, I mean, prettiness only takes a human so far in life, right? It
Right.
doesn't matter how pretty you are. What matters is how kind, loving, and caring you are.
Right.
Because what radiates from the inside of you is the real beauty people see. That's what
Right.
the people really see, is what's coming from inside. I mean, you could be pretty as hell. I mean, I got a lot of girlfriends that are beautiful, but they're ugly. Some of them are ugly.
Yeah.
And they're just ugly. They think that they're so pretty and they're so hot and people should just bow down to them, and
Mhm.
they think they can just treat people any old way. that they
Yeah.
are, because they're so cute, they think everything they do is cute, and it absolutely is not.
Yeah.
Absolutely not. And and it's like it makes you want to puke.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, you're not cute. You're actually, as far from cute as you could ever more get. Why people like you, I don't even know. But
Yeah.
it is what it is,
Yeah.
But I ain't like that at all. I and I didn't ever want to be like that at all.
Me
I,
neither.
I've had plenty of people say, damn, you're pretty and nice,
Yeah.
and I'm like, well, beauty comes from the inside, the shit outside's going to fade with time, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to fade with time. I want to be the real me, right?
Yeah.
Even then, when it fades, I still want to be beautiful,
Right.
So I got to practice now for that, right?
Yeah.
I got to
Yeah.
practice now for that. So, I don't know what my girlfriends are going to do, the ones that are all ugly when they get ugly, right? And when age takes a toe on that ass, I don't know what they're going to do, because nobody's going to like them then, right?
It's going to hit them hard.
Yeah,
But
it's going to be a wake-up call.
nowadays, they got so much makeup and cosmetics. A person can look like they're in their 20s when they're like really old. I mean, look at Dolly Parton. Look at all
Oh,
these.
Dolly Parton is beautiful, isn't she? She's
Yeah,
getting ready to retire. I love that woman. I
I do
absolutely
too.
love her.
I love
And
Dolly.
yeah, my
She's beautiful inside and out, ain't she?
she is. And my daughter was like, Dolly was. I wasn't talking about Dolly Parton. I was talking about Dolly, the creator. But my
Oh,
daughter thought I was talking about Dolly Parton,
Dolly Parton.
and she said, "Oh, she's going to retire and be hanging in Dollywood. So when we're there, we'll be able to see her now."
Yeah, she's down there all the time. She's
I
down
was I was cracking up, Mrs. Daisy. I was laughing. You know,
uh,
my daughter. I wasn't even talking about that Dolly. But
my daughters like her too. They do. They like her.
oh yeah,
But
Dolly.
my daughters they're adults and they still love Dolly.
Dolly Parton has went through so many generations. I mean, like she was in my mom's generation. I
Oh
think she was
yeah.
in my grandmother's generation, and then my mom's generation. And I know I knew of her, and I loved the movie Dakota Many Colors. And
Mhm.
then she had a Christmas special, which was just as good as Dakota Many Colors.
Mhm.
And I watched that with my kids, my daughter, because I listen to a lot of Dolly Parton's music and stuff too. So my daughter loves her.
Yeah.
And I don't know how many generations Dolly Parton's gonna, get through before she fades, like, I mean, I know we don't know none of the people, the singers that came out of the 1800s, right?
Right.
We don't know none of those.
Well,
So
she has to be like in her 80s, don't she?
she has to be up there in the good 70s or 80s. Yeah, I would suspect,
That's what I thought.
I would suspect that she'd have to be pretty damn old.
I had a woman come in my chat that said she was a superstar and she's from the South and she had red hair. And I thought it was Reba. But my husband and them laughs at me and says that they ain't no way Reba would come in the chat. But
Oh,
she said that.
wow.
I don't know if it's
I
true or
love
not,
Reba.
but
I absolutely love Reba. She's
I
funny
do
as hell,
too.
wasn't she?
Yeah, and I sung that song at Joe, was it no, that's one of her songs I started singing to her. I don't know if it was her. It probably wasn't. But I like Reba.
Oh, I do too. I do. And I liked Patsy Cline. I mean,
Oh
she
yeah.
was way before my time, and she was killed in that plane accident.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, she was really a beautiful person, right? I mean, she had an
Oh my
alcohol
gosh.
problem and everything, but she really was a a beautiful human inside and out, right?
Mm-hmm. Her and Loretta
And
Lynn were best friends.
amen. And Loretta was another one that was, um she came like us, she came from the country. I mean, she knew what it was like to live, in them mud
Oh,
huts, right?
yeah.
Where the floors, I mean,
Yeah,
carpet,
she's
whoever,
from Lester County, right there beside of Harlan,
right?
in a Harlan.
Whoever heard of carpet, you know?
Yeah.
I, you know, but you didn't care because you got to you got to ride your bikes and run up and down them dirt hills, and you know
It's rough living
parents
though.
always worried that you're going to pick up a snake and pack it into the house.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I liked snakes. My mom wouldn't let me have one. I get so upset. And yeah.
Snakes. Prayer
Oh
bark.
yeah.
I'd be scared to death of them.
Oh no. We used to pull night crawlers so we'd go fishing.
Uh-huh.
It was a lot of fun. A lot
Now I
of fun.
remember doing that. But
Oh
snakes
yeah.
scared me to death.
Oh yeah, the garden snakes, my dad was like, you could pick up certain ones, just make sure, they're not poisonous or something. But
Did they
he
ever
didn't
bite
care.
you?
He didn't care if we stick a toad in our pocket, or, pick no, I didn't ever get bit. And
Oh.
I picked them up, played with them.
Oh.
Same way with, frogs and turtles and, you know, and stuff like that. Um
You know what scares me?
my
Bats.
friend had a big snake, and she used to put it around her shoulders and pack it around.
Oh.
And my mom would get so upset because I wanted to hold it and play with it too. And my
Oh.
mom's like, you ain't getting one of those. You just send her home with it, you know.
Like in Python? Was it a big python?
I don't know what kind of snake she had, and I don't know exactly what she had, but um I think it might have been a boulder constrictor. It was a
Oh,
pretty
okay.
good sized snake, but
Mm.
she would keep it, around her. It started, well, once it got, started getting real big, her parents made her, she had to turn it loose. But,
Oh,
they wouldn't let her keep it after it got so big. Because I guess it would size her up or something and possibly have her for dinner. I don't know why.
wow.
But, and her parents worried too that, it might tighten up on her neck or something.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. So, she had to get rid of it, but it was fun, as teenagers, it was fun, you know.
Yeah,
Trust me, a lot of people didn't come near us when we was walking,
I bet.
and you had a lot of people stay away. They're afraid of them snakes.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you know,
What are you mostly scared of? Is there a certain animal you're scared of?
oh hell no. God gave us dominion over all things, all, even each other on this earth.
Ooh, I'm so scared of bats, them little creepy things.
Oh, you're scared of a bat?
Oh, yeah, we was when I was working, they would get in and down on the hall I worked on,
Hmm.
and one day I was walking down the hall and on the railing, one was hanging upside down. Oh
Oh
Lord, I
wow.
ran and hid. Oh
Oh,
my,
not me. I
oh
got
my
it.
goodness.
I wouldn't have ran. Just get a pillowcase and or a towel and throw over top of it, and catch it up in there and take it and let it outside.
Oh Lord, that scared me to death. I'm so scared of them little rats. I'll tell you what, it was trying to bite the guy that was getting it. He was trying to get it off the railing. It was trying to bite him. It was a squalling. I was
Oh
having a
wow.
heart attack. Yes.
No, I
It's
ain't
like,
afraid of bats. I ain't afraid of birds. I'm not afraid of any of that stuff.
really?
No,
Lord.
not at all.
That's the
And
one thing that
spiders,
scares me.
absolutely not. I
Mm.
see a spider, I just pout it's gone.
Now spiders don't scare
Sweep
me
it
as
up.
bad.
Sweep that sucker up. Get rid of it. Yeah,
They
you
don't
know.
scare me like a bat does. A bat scares the far out of me. But spiders,
Mm.
not. I mean, I do get scared of them, but not nothing like a bat.
We got a bat in the house once, and it was flying back and forth and back and forth, and it came. The cat climbed up on the end of the sofa. This
uh-huh,
cat we had, and that
uh-huh.
thing come flying back towards that cat, and that cat whoops it right out of the air, and it smacked right onto the sofa, and then just we grabbed it up in the towel and put it outside.
Oh, you are
It,
brave.
hmm
I would have called the fire department if that was in my house. If
Well, they
I
get. I don't think they would have come.
they probably wouldn't have. They would probably said, "Ma'am, you need to get it out yourself. That's not our job."
That'd been funny though.
It would have been.
You know,
They scare me to death.
I know a lot of people. I know a lot of people. If you live in the country, there's a lot of people that will keep a net, like a fishing net, hanging on a
Uh-huh.
post, like where you hang up your coats and stuff when you come in. You hang up. They'll have like a fishing net hanging up there, and they'll just use that to catch the bat in. Like it flies through the air,
Mm.
they'll just whoop it right inside of that, and you
Oh,
know, and
Lord.
throw like a. As soon as they get it in there, they'll throw like a piece of cardboard or something to hold it in, and they just take it out and throw it
Mm.
outside, turn it loose.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness. I would be terrified.
Yeah. So
I can't believe people actually eat them things. I would. Oh,
that's nasty, right?
that is. That's where the disease come from. Ebola, ain't it?
Um, and I don't think so. I think that it was made in a laboratory. Now they might have put it in bats to spread it,
Mm-hmm.
but I think it came from inside of it. I think most of everything is biochemical warfare.
Oh yeah,
Basically,
COVID for
they
sure.
they make it in a laboratory and then um, you know, spread it out in the population to thin it. What they do every so often is try to get something to thin out the population because everything's
Oh,
getting
yeah.
overpopulated. And if you ever took note, the stuff that they put out usually does in older people more than anyone else, right?
I know. That's the sad
And that's
part.
the sad thing is, they feel like what I think if these older people have been blessed by God to live as long as they have, you should just let them keep on living, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if they want to thin
Oh,
out the population, like why don't they like take out themselves or something, right?
exactly. Right.
There you go. That's one less person in the world today.
Exactly. Well, they're going to find out when they have to meet their maker when they make it.
Amen.
Because I told my husband, I said, if they do another COVID or something come out, because I believe before this next election, something else is going to happen. That's just my opinion.
Oh, I heard they got one that's like 800 times more powerful than the one we just dealt with.
Well, I told my husband, I said, I won't survive it. I know I won't. I just won't.
I
I,
don't think you're going to have to because, like look at the world right now, Miss
I
Daisy.
know.
We have basically our population, today is everything that Revelations has, you know, they s- that has warned you the signs of, the return of Jesus, right?
Right.
And it says they'll be selfish, self-seekers. They'll be, you know, women to have the hair of men, men to be having the hair of women, right? We know what that
Murder
means.
itself.
It says that that children will be murdering the parents will be turning against the children. We already got that,
Oh,
definitely,
yeah.
right? I mean, we know all about that because that's why we're here now. And it's just everything. It says it will be like the days, of
Noah.
Noah.
Yeah.
And we know how horrible the earth got in the days of Noah, right?
Right.
So, and how much worse can it get? Because now they, in the schools, they're basically, it's not good enough that, adults are, um, fornicating with one another, in different aspects that is to the Bible is unnatural,
Right.
but now they're wanting your children to be unnatural, and they're aiding and abetting them and leading them to believe that, like birth certificates don't have to have no cost, no sex on them anymore,
Right.
no gender on a birth certificate.
Hmm.
That's, I think that those birth certificates need a gender, but if God made you a boy, it's a boy, and if He made you a girl, you're a girl. That's just how I believe, and that's the way parents are supposed to raise their children to be what God made them. But now the world is accepting some strange shit that is totally abnormal, and if that isn't like the days of Noah, I don't know what is, right?
Right.
And if you took note, I'm sure in the days of Noah there was a lot of children as well, right? But you didn't see none of them on the boat.
Right. There were
So
children. So
if you think that your children ain't going to be judged for, because it says children will be judged, whether it be good or bad, they shall be judged. The Bible says that. Now, a lot of people don't think that it does, but yes, it does.
I
It
think
absolutely does.
a certain age, wouldn't you think?
Well, it didn't say a certain age. It says they will be judged according to their works. So that means that the parent and when you're in Hades, and your child's there, and you scream out, God, God, why is the child here? God's going to tell you, because I told you rear it in the way you want it to go, and it would go, and you didn't, and this is the way you reared it. You reared it in the wrong way, and that ended up with you, right, in the wrong place. So people think that's harsh, but don't shoot the messenger. I'm just a messenger. This is what the Bible says. And, and, I ain't saying it. God said it. God said it. And whatever He says, we're supposed to listen to. And because God ain't a liar, the devil's the liar. God's truthful. And He done warned us what's going to happen if we raise our children the wrong way and don't lead them to Him. So, don't be shocked if they're in the wrong place because you didn't rear them in the righteousness way. I
Right.
mean, as bad as that sounds,
I
but a
pray
lot of
for my
people
children
don't.
every day. I do. I pray for them. Mine are adults and one teenager, but I pray for their salvation.
Absolutely. I mean, like all of my kids have been baptized.
Hmm.
All of them, and not because I pushed them. I didn't push them. They went on their own. They wanted to be baptized.
That's good.
They wanted to serve the Lord and be righteous and follow, God and Jesus Christ and do the way they're supposed to do in life. And, and I think that's amazing. I think
Right.
it's amazing. I'm proud of my kids to want to be like that so young because, I wish I would have been. I wish, when it took me as long as it did to find God, I know what it's like to sit in that seat and hang on. You're getting called to the altar, but you're hanging on because you're thinking, you're not good enough. And I mean, the devil goes to church, he stirs up trouble. The reason you're sitting there not jumping out of the seat and going the way you're supposed to go because Satan's whispering in your ear, you're not ready, you're not ready, you're not ready, right?
Yeah.
I'm doing this right now, and I'm doing that, oh, I'm drinking with my friends, I'm smoking without my parents knowing it. I'm doing all of these, I'm giggling until I'm beating the piss out of people I don't like that's bothering me, you know, I mean, everything flashes through your mind to hold you in that seat. And then the preacher's done calling and the church is over and you walk out as big a sinner as you walked in, right?
Yeah.
And that happened to me, quite a bit. But the scariest thing in the whole world, the scariest thing is when you don't get the calling, that you go in a sinner and you walk out a sinner because you didn't get called to the altar. That
Yeah.
means God's turned his face away from you and turned you over to a reprobate mind, and you're hellbound no matter what, right?
I feel like that God knows that they're not going to turn. Like they put a wall up and refuse. I mean, even in the end times, God is going to give them a last chance to turn to him, and they're going to turn away from him and
That's
curse
what
him.
it said. That's what it
Yeah.
said. You know,
I think he gives them every opportunity to save themselves, and they just won't. They refuse to. They just
absolutely.
they love
Well,
themselves more than they do the Lord.
the problem is
Mm.
the problem is with people is they they
Some of
like
them are their own gods. They make themselves their own god.
well, they like what they're doing, and I'm going to tell you, there's a lot of people that think so much about themselves they can't accept that there's something higher above them, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you know,
Yeah.
they'll and they'll really try to crucify you for being a Christian. Like I mean, I have so many people every time, like we have a troublemaker fly in here, right? We
Mhm.
have this one of those trolls that come flying over here and
Uh-huh.
wants to run their mouth, and and then I whip out a can of whoop ass on them. They're like, I thought you're a Christian, PG. You're no Christian, PG. Well, that's the devil. What else do they got to jump on me for, right? They want
I've
to, they
had them
want to,
to me that way too, Parker.
you know, they do. And that's okay with me because, when you're
Because
walking,
that's the one
everybody,
thing they know they can hurt us with.
it don't hurt me because my walk with God is personal, right? It's
Right.
personal, and and it's something they know nothing about. They don't know nothing about it, and you know, the thing is, maybe God told me to not kiss their ass, right? To do
Yeah.
exactly what I did to them. They don't know my walk with God, so and I ain't worried about them judging me, because they can't judge me, right? They're going to
Right.
get judged
Well,
just
they
like
bother. It
me.
does bother me though when they do it sometimes
Oh,
because
it don't. It
I
don't.
don't
It
know.
it It don't bother me at all. It just shows me how fucking petty they are, and it shows me how little they got to attack me with, right? That's all they got to
Yeah.
attack me with
Right.
is, you know, is
Your
my
Christianity.
Christianity. I'm
Yeah.
like, Are you serious?" I mean, you don't have to worry about nobody attacking them with that, right?
Right.
Because they wouldn't be over here if they had any Christianity. They wouldn't be over here judging me, you
Yeah.
know, because they would know, judge not and be not judged, right?
Right.
That's what the Bible says. But,
Yeah.
a lot of Christians, I watched a lot of Christians stand in the corner for years, thinking they have to take people's shit because they do walk with God and they
Mhm.
do love God and they don't want to, you know, they don't stand up for themselves. They feel that they just don't stand up for themselves. They let these evil people put them in corners and make them shrink down, scared to even talk about the Bible in front of anyone and so forth and so on. And no, you ain't going to do that to me. I will talk however I want to talk when I want to talk.
Absolutely.
God didn't give me a suit of armor to stand back and let people you know tell me how to think or how to feel or anything else. God, when I was born free, right?
Yep.
And nobody else breathes for PG but God. I got God's
Yep.
breath. I breathe his breath every day and I thank him for it very much.
Oh yeah. Me
Absolutely.
too. Me
But
too, Sir Gordon.
I'm not shrinking down to nobody, you know, as long as God's keeping PG alive and God's doing everything for PG, then nobody's going to shrink me in a corner and tell me I can't talk about my God, or I can't talk about my Bible, or I can't do this, or I can't do that. Hell yeah, I can. And I
Right.
will, you know,
Yes,
L-
absolutely.
let me back your ass up, you know, and see how you like it. You
Right.
know, I mean, you know, I need to maybe whip that devil out of your ass, right?
Well, I got attacked the other day because a lot of people were saying that baby was a ghost, and they there was a comment left on my thing, and I just kind of told that girl, I was like, she was a tarot card reader. I was like, you're playing with the devil, and the devil hates you as much as he hates me. I said, you are not talking to no spirit. You are talking to demons.
Mm-hmm.
And at first she called me a hypocrite, a Christian, but after I told her that, she was like, she didn't say nothing else. She deleted her comment. So I hope I planted a seed, not to hurt her, but to help her.
All I say to him, Miss Davies, is, get ye behind me, Satan. Get
Well, a
ye
lot of
behind
them
me
are.
in the name of Jesus Christ.
I feel like a lot of them are lost, and they need someone to wake them up out
Oh,
of
I
that.
ain't trying to wake them up. You know what the Bible says about those folks, that witches and warlocks and sorcerers and all them weird people. And it even says it for whoremongers, whores and whoremongers and all of that kind of stuff. It
Mhm.
says, right, it basically Bible says suffer no witch to live, right? And it also says that, you know, do not mess with these people. Stay away from them. Keep them away from you. I
Right.
mean, you see those people, you better turn tail and fucking run, right?
Right.
I
I
mean,
mean,
and if they proceed to be on your tail, then you better stop, turn around, knock them the hell out, and then go move on. I mean, but point being is,
yeah.
don't mess with them. You know,
Yeah. Well, I've
um,
had them come up on my panel and say they were Christians and saying that they could see dead people, and I'm like, God is not going to put a murder on a person, put that kind of burden on somebody that's uh, a Christian. They're not going to let him see somebody being murdered. That is of the devil. That is not of God. And finally, she got mad and left. But I had
yeah,
to
oh
put
yeah,
put her in her place
they'll
because
argue with you. They'll argue with you, Miss Daisy.
yeah,
They'll give you three, four different types of hell, right? They'll
yeah.
absolutely give you three or four
I
different
felt
types of
like it was
hell.
a spirit. I almost rebuked her.
I'm gonna tell you, seen too many people. I'm gonna tell you, I've seen too many people mess with that weird stuff. Um,
Well, it says you can have
I you
generational
know
curses from it and everything.
I have firsthand wisdom and knowledge with the occult. Um, you know, I have actually been around people that are in occults and you know, do all these weird things.
Uh huh.
And and um and here's the thing is, when these people join occults, you know, they're scared. They're
Yeah,
afraid.
they are.
They ain't mentally stable to, they don't, you know, what I'm trying to say is, these people that get into the occult, they think that, you know, oh, I'm tough, I can handle this stuff, and then they
Yeah.
get into this stuff, they you know, get into it
Uh
to
huh.
find out that, you know, it's for, I mean,
More
they
than they
didn't
can
ever
handle.
understand what they was about to encounter when they did this,
Right.
you know. And then the next thing you know, they're sweating, they want to run to church, they don't know what to do. But what they don't understand is, you know, well, they do understand, it's too late. You know, they want to run to church, but they don't because, you know, the demon that they
It's got a
done,
stronghold
you know,
over 'em.
they done you know, introduced herself to,
Mhm.
you know, took over. And what little they realize is, you know, um, they won't ever be the same person that they was before they got into that dumb stuff. But you know, the thing is they get involved in it, and basically, what, you know, they know that they're going to die if, you know, they're going to die if
And then
they
get
try to get
saved.
out,
Yeah.
because you know, once you get in, once you get in and you know, because they initiate you. You know, if you're in a real occult, you get initiated into it.
Oh yeah.
And when you get initiated into it, they
You do
fully
bad
let you
things.
know what they will do to you, you know, that they will kill you. And the thing is these people are scared to death to die. They'll murder other people and everything because they're
Oh
just
yeah.
wicked as fucking hell. But
Yeah.
they're scared to death to die themselves. They're afraid of death, you know,
Yeah,
and
they
that's
are.
what keeps them motivated in doing the evilness. Because now what they don't understand is, like before they got into it, you know, they could lay down and sleep all night, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, once you get into that, once you get into it, there's no rest for you. If you don't do evil, you don't get to sleep. You got to do evil in order to get rest. The devil
Right.
will not let you have rest unless you do. And now they know that they have to go stirring up trouble somewhere every day, like a crackhead. They got to go somewhere and try to get something stirred up just so they're, you know, it don't drain the hell out of them by not getting no rest themselves. So now
Right.
they're working for the devil. They have to work, you
Yeah.
know, and you know, did God ask you to do that? No. God asked you to get up every day, whether you know, whether you're a little mean or not or whatever. I mean, if you're living a normal life, God lets you just sleep. I mean, just like you always slept up
He
until you
gives you
got into that
peace.
stuff, you sleep.
God
But
gives you peace.
I've seen these people, man, I don't give them no peace. They come trying to start shit with me. I'm like, bitch, you ain't getting no sleep tonight. Fuck you. You ain't making me mad. I'm too happy. I'm too blessed to be stressed, right? And get the hell out of here. Ain't no rest
Absolutely.
here. Absolutely
Yes.
not.
I
You know,
it,
my light burns too strong for that shit.
the Lord has
Hell no.
literally given me the desire of my heart. He has gave it to me. If whatever my heart desires, He gives me.
But you know,
It might have to wait. I mean, I don't get it all at once, but eventually, I always have what I desire, like happiness,
and
peace for
God gives
me.
you, He gives you everything you need
Yes.
and a whole lot of what you want, and that's
Yeah.
good. You know, if God don't give me something, then I know I wasn't supposed to have it, and
Right.
I don't even care. I don't even argue. It's
Mm-mm.
okay with me. It's okay with me, Lord.
Yep.
Maybe somebody's going to get hurt. You know, I don't know the reason He didn't give it to me. Maybe it was going to
Yeah.
plug it up one time and get electrocuted from it. I don't know why He didn't give it to me,
Hmm.
but you know what? I thank Him and move on
Yeah.
because God knows better than PG does, right?
Right.
So
Right.
I don't get angry when I don't get stuff. I just feel that, you know, it's the Lord protecting me somehow
It
and
might
I
not be
move on with it.
exactly what you want, but eventually He'll give you what you need, like you said.
Amen. Amen. And you know, that's a beautiful thing. And I don't think people realize, you know, I don't think they realize, you know, how good their life if you just turn your life over to God and Jesus Christ. I don't think people realize how dramatically their life changes. I mean, at first the devil's going to be all over you,
Oh yeah, the
but
devil will
I
torment
mean,
your
there he's
mind.
going to be all over you, trying to turn you right around. But if you
Hmm.
fight and you
Stand firm.
stick with God for a while, man, you won't believe how blessed your life becomes. How much
Yes.
more beautiful everything is in life.
Yes, ma'am.
It's amazing. It's amazing,
It
you
is.
know. And you know, the thing is you're going to get tested. This
Hmm.
you're going to get tested though. At first, you're going to get tested to see how strong you are and how much you really do love God.
Right. And no
And you
matter how
know,
hard it gets, He makes a way, don't He, prayer
hey,
garden?
man, I'm gonna tell you, Jesus always right on time, right?
Yep.
Right on time.
Yep.
Absolutely. And you know, I've seen miracles. I've seen miracles happen. I've seen all kinds of things in this life.
Me too.
And but most of all, you know, I've seen them evil people. I've seen their games. I've seen how, you know, vicious and ugly and disgusting they are. And
Oh
I'm
yeah.
talking about these people that, you know, work for Satan.
Hmm.
And you know what? No. I want no part of that. I mean,
No.
I have been offered to be part, and I said no.
Really?
Absolutely. Oh yeah. Absolutely, positively.
Oh my
Hell no.
gosh.
Vengeance is mine,
Yeah.
saith the Lord. I
Yeah.
don't mess with, I don't, I let God take care of things. I don't need to mess with things, especially evil shit like that. Absolutely
Well,
not.
they know when you're a Christian too, that old devil inside of them, because they'll try to taunt you. I had one try to taunt me. She did them crystals, and she kept taunting me, and I stayed quiet and didn't tell her I was a Christian, but that old devil knew I was, and he
Mm-hmm.
just kept right on and on and on, going on about this and that. And then finally she asked me what I thought about it, and I just told her flat up. I said, that's dangerous. You're messing with the devil. You're messing with
Mm-hmm.
evil stuff right there. So,
Amen.
long story short, she ended up arguing with me about ghosts and demons. And I told her, I said, you ain't seeing ghosts, you're seeing demons. She got up and walked away and said, I believe in ghosts. And so I got up and left the place we were sitting, and I went to the nurse's station, was standing there, looked back in there, and I saw a creature, a shadow of a creature. So I knew it was a demon in there, because I could see, I seen it.
Right.
I could feel it, but I seen it. And I said that was a demon trying to torment me through her.
A shadow of a preacher?
A creature. It was like an animal creature.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like out of
Um,
Black Shadows. I see a lot of them. Working in the medical field, you can see that anyway. But I seen it was a creature. It was like an animal.
hey, I'm going to tell you something.
I knew it was a demon.
I've seen people, I've seen a lot of people die.
Hi, Miss Robin.
As sad as it is, and you working in the middle field, you've had to see it too.
Oh yeah.
But
I used to
I'm
work
going to tell you something, man. I am not lying. One time, this person was dying,
Mm-hmm.
and I was sitting, on the side of the bed. I was sitting there on the side of the bed, trying to get them to eat, something. And they were laying there. I was sitting on the side of the bed, and I promise you, Miss Daisy, there was something. I don't know what the hell it was, but this thing, I seen it rise up, come up out of their body, and this bitch, whatever it was,
Oh
it
my
hit
God.
it. I started praying. It was coming. My mind went straight to the Lord, and it hit me. Whatever it was, the force, like, really hit me. I mean, I like a real blow, like a real freaking person just crashed into you.
Wow.
Yes. And I prayed right then and there. I started praying, and this thing went back down inside of this person, like went back down in them.
Oh
I
my
got
goodness.
the hell up, hun, and I got the hell out of there.
I don't blame you,
That's what I
granddaughter.
did. I got the hell up and got the hell out of there. And let me tell you
Oh,
something, I did not go back.
no way.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I'm
It
going
was
to tell
trying to
you,
come inside of you or something, wasn't it?
it was crazy. I thought that entered my, not me. Hell no, I ain't getting nothing like this shit, man. That shit
It
got to
didn't
go back where
realize
it
you was
came
a
from.
Christian. Yeah.
But it showed me that when evil people die,
Mhm.
and when evil people die, that big old demon that person fed all those years, all that
Uh-huh.
evilness,
Yeah.
that big old demon flees their ass, and that lets their carcass just go to hell. They go to hell, and that demon goes to get somebody else now. The hell with
And that's
that.
what people see. They're not seeing ghosts. They're seeing the demons left
Oh
behind.
yeah, this
Because
man,
that
I'm
has
telling
to
you.
have a body to occupy.
Mm-hmm.
And
And I
that's
tell you
what they're
something.
seeing.
I was in this house one time.
Mhm.
And I was coming out of the kitchen,
Uh-huh.
going to the bathroom. I had just been in the bathroom, washing down the stand, a kitchen stand in the shower.
Uh-huh.
And the bathroom spotless because, that's how I live. It was spotless.
Uh-huh.
And anyway, I take this wipe, clean down the stand, dry it, but there was like furniture polish or something, that was on the stand where it'd been polished, and some of that like leaked onto the floor,
Uh-huh.
and the bathroom floor. So when I finished up with the stand. I took it back to the kitchen, put it in its place, and I came back through real quick to clean up, to make sure I clean up the floor real fast, because I can't stand anything. It would have been on my mind forever if I don't go back and clean it up.
Right.
So I go heading back to this bathroom to clean up the floor. And I promise you, right when I got through the doorway, a little through the doorway into this living room, as I'm heading around to go into the bathroom, I see this person. This person is deceased. They are dead.
Wow.
I see them, and I promise you, they're like, I mean, it wasn't the person I remembered alive. They were really skinny, scary looking,
Right.
very scary looking, and actually had like this diaper, this blue diaper like you get in a hospital or something, on with this shirt. And anyway, they were passed away, and here they're heading towards where I'm at, and I step inside this bathroom, talking to the Lord, oh
Yeah.
my gosh, this is and I turn and I look behind me there, as you go in the bathroom, there was this mirror. Once you step in the bathroom, you can still see through the mirror, out in this little hallway.
Oh my gosh.
Through the bathroom mirror. The bathroom has a big mirror. So I basically looked it through the bathroom mirror into the other mirror, and I could see it standing there behind me.
Oh my goodness.
Blocking, I mean, I can't get out of the bathroom unless I'm going to have to go through this thing, right?
Oh, goodness.
And yeah, it's standing there.
That gives me chill bumps.
This is not lie, no lie. This is honest truth. This is honest truth. It is like 1 o'clock in the morning. All my kids are sleeping. I'm stuck in this bathroom with this thing behind me on this person that's dead. And I done see it in the mirror. And so I'm so stupid. I turn, because I'm looking through one mirror into the other mirror. So I want to know if I could see it just through that mirror itself, right? So I turned to look into the mirror in the hallway to see if I could still see it. And I still could see it. I'm like,
oh my
shit.
gosh.
It's standing there. Yeah, this is honest stuff. And I'm going to tell you something, boy. My mind went up to the Lord, and I was praying. Father, Son, the Holy Spirit, be gone. You know what I'm saying? In the name of Jesus Christ. I mean, I'm doing everything like, it's got to go. Yeah. And I don't know where it went, but I turned around. I was so frustrated. Actually, I went ahead and wiped up the floor and everything. I went ahead. I did. I wiped up the floor and everything. And I was so frustrated. I'm like, if I got to walk through it, I'm walking through it, right? It's not even real. I'm going to walk through it. It has to be made of smoke, which I don't know if I could walk through it or not, but I was sure going to give it a try if I had to. And
oh my goodness.
Yeah. And I turned around, and thank God it was gone, right?
Yeah.
I don't know where the hell it went. I have no idea. But one thing I told myself, I said, I am not ever sitting up, after midnight cleaning no freaking house again.
oh my goodness.
That shit ain't happening.
oh no. Well, it's probably an evil entity trying to attack you where you're a Christian.
Oh, I'm going to tell you something.
Or scare you.
The scary thing was I knew who it was. I knew who this person was, and they were dead. And I'm like, whoa, this is just, freaky, right? And for it to follow me, and I mean, it didn't seem to bother. I mean, it didn't seem to want to attack me or nothing. Actually, it just was kind of looking around to see what I was doing in the bathroom. Is what it seemed like it was doing. Just like looking around, to see what I was doing in there. And I was like, that's creepy weird. It didn't come in the bathroom, you know.
Oh, prayer garden. I don't know. I would have had a heart attack.
No, I'm not going to say that, I wasn't a little, a little bit
Scared.
not scared, more, what the fuck type thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're, what the hell is this? I mean, I started to get curious, which is weird, because now, I mean, I'm in the bathroom trying to figure out, most people would be screaming, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm in the bathroom trying to figure out if I can look through one mirror and see it in the other one. And once
Yeah.
I could, then I wanted to know if I looked just in the one mirror, would I be able to see it and stand in? So I turned around to see if I could, and I did. And
Oh my goodness.
now I'm thinking, because can you see this stuff through mirrors or not? Because some people say you can't. Am I going to have, am I going to have to look straight at it, or am I going to be able to still see it through mirrors and stuff? I'm in here trying to figure out some science shit, with the freaking, I don't even know what the hell that thing was, but I'm
Wow.
like, and then I have to think, am I crazy? And like I said, it didn't really scare me. It irritated me to the point that, now I'm going to, if I have to, if I had to go through it to get where, where I was going.
Yeah.
And it was quite,
Did you ever see it again?
no, I did not see it. Well, it wasn't long after that I moved.
Oh,
And
yeah.
and I
That's so
didn't see it
scary.
again, but but yeah, it's not that, I'm a stranger to seeing things, because,
Wow.
I've seen things and so forth, but I don't know what the hell they are. And I was told very young, not to let that scare me,
Right.
because
When you
I
know
was,
it's the devil trying to taunt you, then you don't get it scared. Because I've seen the black
well,
shadow.
some people can see things, Mrs. Daisy, and other people can't,
Right.
and so when I was a little kid, I was able to see things. Like one time a house was, on fire. It was like really smoking. And I started screaming because I saw some children. And I, we were in the car, heading with my parents and my grandparents. We were heading on vacation, and I started screaming, the house was back there is on fire. It's on fire. You got to stop. You got to help, So, and I see, this big piece of land. I see this house. I see it all on. And so my dad turns around, and we go back there, back to that area. Actually, we passed it, up, and he turned around, came back down through there. And I know that was the exact home I was looking at before, only it wasn't painted that color and so forth. Anyway, my dad pulled in anyhow to talk to there's an old guy out there, and he pulled in to talk to him, and he said, because my dad wanted to know if there's any other homes that I was describing. And I kept hollering, no, I know it's this one here. It was this one. And the old man actually was, scared my dad, because he told my dad that house used to be that color. There was a fire,
Oh my goodness.
and some kids burned up in there.
Oh
And,
my God.
so this is what I was seeing. I seen some kids running across the lawn, and I was asking, what about the kids that ran away? And this man's like, they got out, but because I seen one child screaming like out of a window or something. And that's why I was telling my dad to go back. And the man, actually, there was a child, that I guess burned inside the place, but the house had been redone, and that's why it was a different color and stuff.
Oh.
And that freaked my dad out. And
Yeah.
then another time, same thing. It happened to me again. I see this big fire and I see people running away from it, and you know, and my dad's like, "You got to quit doing this."
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You got to quit doing this. And it's same thing. They had been a fire there. Thankfully, those people had gotten out, but there had been. And why I was able to see it, I don't know. You're a
Hmm.
kid, you don't know.
Have you
But
have you been given the gift of prophecy and just didn't know it?
I don't know about nothing like that. But I do know that, I was able, and, like I seen an old guy sitting on a bed one time reading a newspaper. And he obviously, I told him that he told me, what was I doing in his room? I said, I was about 5 years old at that time. I told him, "What are you doing in my room?" Because that was my room.
Right.
And he got nasty with me. He actually got mean. This man did. And
Mm.
I told him I was gonna go, go get my daddy, whoop on him. And I went back down and got my dad. I went down. It was on a Sunday. My dad's reading a funny paper. I remember, he's reading a funny paper. I told him there's an old dude upstairs, old man upstairs in the room, that chased me out and saying it's his room and I know it's mine. And I want to play with my toys. And he's sitting on the bed reading the paper. And I think he's got the rest of your paper. My dad started laughing,
I bet he
you know,
did.
and he thought that was funny.
Uh-huh.
He said, "He's got the rest of my paper." I said, "Yeah, and he's up there." So my dad gets up and goes up there. My dad wasn't scared of nothing either. He gets up and goes up there and they checked the whole house and find nothing.
Oh.
And that often bothered my dad, that I had him chasing something around in the house and he couldn't find
Do
it. And
you
it's supposed to have his newspaper.
do you
Um,
remember it very well? Do you
oh,
remember?
I absolutely remembered seeing this man and
Wow.
him with his newspaper. A few years later, my parents decided to rip out a portion of the wall to widen the room, to
Mhm.
rip out this portion of a wall. And guess what they found? A
What?
newspaper dated back to the 1800s, not early 18, late 18, early 1900s. Anyway, it was real
Wow.
old. It's like either 1890 something or 1920s. I don't remember. I just know it was like a super old paper, um, of the late 1800s, early 1900s, some type of paper.
Wow.
And it was get this, it was in a plastic bag like it had been preserved before being put into
The
that
wall?
wall. Yeah,
Wow,
it was
that's
it was fully
weird.
it was fully in contact, this
Huh.
paper. And my
Wow.
old man just looked at me, he just looked at me, and my brother actually took it, and he has it to this day. My brother has that newspaper to this day.
Wow.
Yeah, they came out of that wall, believe it or not.
That
So,
newspaper's probably worth some money though right now.
I
And
don't
it being
know.
that old,
I I know he's got it, and
Wow.
but it must have been. I thought the man had my dad's paper, right? He
Uh-huh.
had his own paper. I guess that was in that wall.
Wow.
So that was really freaking weird.
Yeah.
That was really weird. But
Wow.
it's just, it's just weird things
Well,
like
Pepper
that.
Garden, have you asked the Lord if you do have that gift? You should ask
Um,
him to see and tell him to reveal it if you have that gift of prophecy.
I don't think you know, I usually like for instance, you know, there was there's this person. I had this dream. I seen him fall, right? I
Mhm.
seen him fall. And so I actually took them to the hospital. I took him to the hospital I told them, you know, we're not. They said, where are we going? Where are we going? I want to go to the store. I said, no, we're going to the hospital. Why? I said, because, you know, if you're okay, we can go to the store because of a dream. I had this dream. So I take them to the hospital. I guess when they got back there, the doctor said, why you're here? And they said, because, you know, PG had a dream. The doctors thought that's
Wow.
funny. You know,
Yeah.
they said PG had a dream and, you know, because of this dream, she brought me in here, worried, stressed out, said that, you know, we can't go. I wanted to go to the store, but you won't take me until you tell me I'm okay and I can go.
Right.
Well, this person wasn't okay. And if I wouldn't have got
Oh
them to the
my
hospital, they
gosh.
probably would have been on the ground dying and I would have been screaming just like I was in the dream.
And
Help
the
me, help me,
vision.
help us. Yeah. So no, it was
Wow.
a real dream. Like I was asleep. I dreamed it.
Oh.
And you know, so and that isn't like a first time that's happened to me. It's happened
Well,
many times,
let me ask you
right?
a question. Are you ever like driving down the road and you see like a vision of you wrecking in a certain area before you get there, and so you slow down in that area?
And
I do that all the time.
no, it don't happen like that. It's more like I know it's going to happen. Something's going to happen before I ever even leave, you know,
Mhm.
before I even leave. And therefore, I just take heed, you know, I just take heed and either don't go at all, or if I do go, as you said, very careful,
Mhm.
very careful because I know, you know, and things have happened. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, accidents that I could have been in and wasn't because I did, you know, you like get that warning
Mhm.
and you know, and you know,
I
God
actually see it in
steers you
my,
around it.
yeah, it's like a vision. I can see it. Like I get a visual in my mind of a wreck and when I'm coming up on a place, and so I be very 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 careful
Hey
when I.
girl,
Uh-huh.
let me tell you a story about that.
Okay.
I had this dream that I wrecked this white vehicle. It
Mhm.
was a white vehicle. And there was this bad car accident, right?
Mhm.
So me and my husband were on a car lot and he's wanting to try out these white vehicles. It's a white vehicle he's interested in. I said, no, I ain't getting in it because of this dream. And the guy, the salesman, says, don't your wife want to come? And my husband said, no. He said, why not? He said, because of a dream. The guy looks at him and said, huh? Oh, she had a dream, and he's telling the salesman all about it as they're getting in the car to go drive this vehicle. They come back, the salesman looks, he's laughing at me, right? He's
Right.
laughing. He thinks it's funny that, you know, I wouldn't get in that vehicle because of a dream. And I wasn't going to get into it because I did have that dream about this white vehicle.
Right.
And the funniest thing about it is a couple months later, we were in a bad accident. We got ass-ended by this big truck.
Oh Lord.
And yeah, we did. And it tore the car apart. Problem is, my husband didn't buy that white car because of my dream and me freaking out. Problem is I already owned a damn white car.
Oh my God.
And yeah, how stupid was I? I already have that's the kind of car I'm driving, which got blasted. And you know, so like
Wow.
everybody end up at the hospital. It was, you know, we was okay. I mean, we got checked out and everything. We were okay.
Yeah.
But but the reason we got ass in like that was because my husband had to stop because there was fire trucks and all kinds of emergency vehicles getting ready to come into the middle of the intersection in front of us, which would have killed us coming that fast.
Oh
And so he
wow.
had to stop to keep from doing that. And the asshole behind us decided that, you know, he didn't want to stop no matter what's coming and plowed us. and got so mad he didn't hit us once, he hit us twice.
Oh my
Right?
goodness.
And here I got 2 babies in the vehicle with us,
Oh
a
my
shit
gosh.
ton of groceries because we had just been shopping.
Oh
Um,
no.
they have to, yeah, like we lost all these groceries.
Mm.
Yeah, and a bunch of other stuff because it was close to Christmas and I had bought some other things and it was all crunched to shit and back. Anyway, like I don't know what we had spent, like I think it was like 900 to $1,000 we had spent that
Oh my
night.
god.
All of it in the trunk went to hell.
Oh my
Um,
gosh.
but that didn't matter. I was only worried if our vehicle or my vehicle smashed to shit and back. Should have took his.
Right.
And and I was worried about my kids, not me, but my kids.
Yeah.
In particular. But anyway, yeah, it was not good at all. I couldn't raise my head up off a pillow for like it was like 2 or 3 weeks before I could actually not have to grab a hold of my own damn head to come up off of a pillow. It was
Oh
crazy.
my gosh. That's
Yeah.
awful. Well, if you ever have a dream like that again, rebuke it in Jesus' name and say, "Get you behind me, Satan." Because I feel like
Amen.
sometimes it's a warning from the devil, or not from God, that the devil's going to try to attack you, and you need to pray about it and rebuke it. You know.
I'm gonna tell you, I wish I knowed that then.
I
But
know.
yeah, it was not good at
Scary.
all. It was not good at all, girl.
No,
But stuff,
bless
stuff
your
like that
heart.
happens to us, right?
It
I
does.
mean, I'm not, I don't know. I don't know why people see things. I don't know why people get, I think we get warnings because, you
Discernment.
know,
It's
when you're
discernment.
when you're a child of God,
Hmm.
I don't know what I have, but whatever it is, I use it for all good. Nothing,
Right.
nothing, I don't try to use my stuff for evilness
Oh
at
no,
all.
no, absolutely not.
I can tell you that, you can if you want to. Um, you can, but then again, the one prophet, those kids were making fun of him and he did, the dogs ate him up, right? So,
Yeah.
you know, you got to be careful who you mess with in this world. That's for sure.
Hmm. That is true. That is.
Yep.
And in the end days, it also says that God's gonna bring His people, the prophets, the 2 prophets. They're gonna do miraculous things, and they'll be able to do things like the weather and everything, like they was in the Old Testament. You know, when Joshua asked God to not let the sun go down,
Amen. Amen.
they'll be
Yes.
able to do that, hold the rain and all that, like Noah or Moses and all that. And um, they said in the end days that'll in the book of Revelations it says that will happen again.
I
Um,
believe that. And it
I
says we
do
won't know
too.
one season from the other, and we don't, do we?
No, no,
We
we
don't.
don't. We don't.
It's
Um,
crazy.
I'm curious though to what it's going to be like once the Starlink gets up.
You know what
Um,
I had? I had this lady. Um, Actually, they were Jehovah Witnesses.
uh-huh,
They was coming to our home. They was coming to our home. Um, to speak with my mother.
uh-huh,
The only reason I even let them around was because my dad had passed away. My mom, I felt that it'd be these couple ladies would
mhm.
be company for her, whatever. And I
Yeah.
always stayed there. I stayed there the whole time that they were there. I usually was in the kitchen cooking or, serving coffee, stuff like that. I didn't intermix with them because I just don't. But and at the time, I mean, it's not that I hadn't accepted Jesus into my life. It's just that I found Jesus as a child in a hallway. But
Uh,
the point being is I hadn't got baptized or anything, so I didn't know a whole lot about that stuff, did I? And
No.
and so they study, but then I guess my mom was talking with them, about about, you know, my dream or whatever. And
Uh-huh.
and they act like I had something evil.
Oh.
I'm like, what the hell? And they
Oh,
were like,
yeah.
you need to pray that leaves you. You need to pray and this and that. I'm like, you know what?
Ah.
What you all need to do is get out of here. You know what I'm saying? I didn't
Mm-hmm.
say that because, you know, I didn't want to upset my mother or anything. I really love my mom, man.
Oh,
But,
yeah.
you know, I was like, and you know, within myself, I'm thinking, yeah, right. I don't think so because, you know, whatever I've got is good. It's not evil. I mean, you should
Exactly.
understand that. And hell, you people don't even, you're scared to eat a piece of candy that's got Santa Claus wrapper on it. You're going to tell me, you know, um, anything. I mean, that's crazy right there, right? You're trying to tell me I got issues when you guys got like way worse issues than me. You got you know, these guards standing at the front doors and the back doors of your building, like, you know,
Right.
so nobody can come in or leave. Once you get them
Right.
in here, they're like, they feel trapped. That's scary shit, right? I mean, I like
Yeah.
a door where you can get up and go outside and, you know, smoke a cigarette and come back in, or, you know, go out and with your child, if it's, you know, if your child's a little fussy, you can go out and walk around a little bit and come back in when it's calmed down.
I
You
think you
know,
got a super chat, Prayer Gordon.
I don't
Hey,
like, you
Danica.
know, I don't like that kind of ugly. Oh, there's my sweet Norway. God bless you. God bless you.
Oh,
I love her so much. I have
hey,
Miss
that's
Daisy. I
Norway.
love
I
you
didn't
two
know that was.
together.
Oh,
Amen.
she's
Yeah, that's my
sweet.
sweet Norway. She reminds
Oh,
me of my mother. She reminds me of my mother. I love
she
that woman. I
is
pray
very
for her
sweet.
all the time. Yeah, I definitely
Oh,
do. Whenever I'm at the church, ever at the church, I'm always praying for her. I love her so much.
she's a very sweet
Absolutely.
woman.
I have to
Oh,
tell God, you know, I have to tell God, please don't take her any. I couldn't, I don't know what I'd do if they, you know, I don't
I've
know what I'd
prayed
do if
for
she
her
was gone.
too.
I don't know what I would do. I just, I couldn't handle it. I'm sure I couldn't, but
She's a
I love her
sweetheart
so
for sure.
much. Wisconsin
Oh.
mama will catch me on her brass broom.
Oh
These
Lord.
guys are so silly. But anyway, yeah. Um, there is, you know, there is, I don't believe that little light was, you know, I don't believe that was Quinton, unless the only way I would believe that was Quinton is if he could have been survived after what happened. Sometimes, sometimes I do believe sometimes if the spirit could have reunited with the body and made it, it may be lost in, you know, like it may be, it might still be there for um for a minute before it's taken up. But you know, I don't know. That, you know, I was trying to scientifically explain that one away with,
Mhm.
you know, the light, and maybe the light reflected off of something that made that projection move across and back of them, you know. It very well could have been. But for it to be so small and running towards the babysitter's house, and for the fact that it was behind a post, and once um, Dolly went past it, it came running out toward, you know, come running out on the road going towards the babysitters.
Yeah.
That was very
Eerie.
weird.
Yeah.
It was very weird.
Yeah.
And you know, because one time, Miss Daisy, there was this car accident, and I seen this person up there running around this vehicle, you
Mhm.
know, looking in it, like frantically looking in all over, inside, the back, the front, looking everywhere inside this vehicle. I mean, going from one side to the other, like they were freaking out.
Uh-huh.
And it was like, you know, a person.
Uh-huh.
And I stopped at this place, and I said, "Hey, there's an accident over there. I think you need to call 911." And, you know, they're like, "That happened a long time ago. They done took that person off. They passed away." I said, what? And they're like, yeah. I said, well, somebody's running around that car. You might still want to call 911, right? So,
Prayer garden. Wow.
yeah. So they called the officer out, and I guess it's one of the officers that responded to that particular accident earlier.
Uh-huh.
And I explained, what I seen running around this woman, running around that car, looking frantically everywhere. This guy you should have seen his face. He's like, you identified the person we took away to a T.
Wow.
And I'm like, whoa. So, I got to go home with that one, right? And
Wow, prayer garden.
and I'm like, so, what they were looking for, is maybe maybe that person could be reunited with their body, but they didn't know where it was. They don't, they didn't know what hospital it went to. They were there maybe trying to reunite with their body and it's gone, right? So I don't know, because some people do, some people do get, from
It's
what I
definitely
hear,
a mystery, ain't it?
people have, been pronounced dead, and bam, they get back in their self, and they say they were outside of their self watching everything, right?
Yeah. There has
So,
been people that has.
so what I'm saying is that's the only way I could explain the Quinton thing away, if indeed, it was Quinton. He, he might have been able to reunite with himself if his body would have still been there, but because it wasn't, he couldn't be revised, right? That's what I'm talking about.
I know. I just feel like there's so much evil coming from that house and outside and all that chaos. I just
Hey,
feel like,
did you see that chick out there doing the sage thing?
yeah, I seen that, and I seen the chanting. There was a man out there chanting too.
I mean, dang, I would be out there running those folks off.
I would not be nowhere near any of that. But
I'm
I
gonna
have
tell
to.
you, if that was my house, Miss Daisy, I'd have a shotgun. I'd have a shotgun, and they better not come. Those weirdos better not come chanting or shaking nothing around my home, right?
I tell you what, I think I'd
Go
rather go to
away.
1010 Ben Hill house than that house, Amityville Horror House.
Oh, isn't that what it? You are the only other one that agreed with me on that. It really does look like the eyeballs in the on that
It
house, don't
does.
it? It
It looks
does.
just like it on that one part of
Mhm.
it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I took note of that too, girl. I really
Mhm.
did. I am so glad you said that, because I'm like, that's what I've been calling it, Amityville Horror House.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I
Oh,
thought 1010
sweet
Ben Hill.
Norway. I have Miss Daisy. Oh, I done pulled it up. I'm sorry. I seeing it again. I'm sorry. Miss Daisy, you're so right about that baby. That wasn't a ghost, and he is with Jesus and not back here. Um, I fully believe that too. I
You know
fully
what?
believe that too.
You know
Be-
what, Pretty Garden? You might have the gift of prophecy and just don't know that you have that gift. Ask God to reveal to you what kind of gifts that He's gave you, because He may have. Some people don't know that they have those gifts.
I'm gonna tell you, um, I'll call you up and talk to you sometime, because
Okay.
some things I don't want to, I don't want to
Yeah.
put out here, but
Oh yeah.
you know, um, yeah, I definitely call you up and talk to you, because I think we all got our. I don't think, I know everybody's walk with God is different.
Yeah.
And that's why you don't ever question anyone on their faith or anything, because
Yeah.
you don't know their walk no more than they know your walk, right?
Amen.
You just know that you're just thankful that they're walking. And if they need any help on that walk, if they need any help on that walk, if they want to sit down, for a while and share, share their walk, or you want to share your walk with them, that's a beautiful thing to do.
Right.
Absolutely, because even the Bible says, as God's children, we need to come together, in our faith, because that makes all of our faith stronger, right?
Yep.
That's what we do. And
Absolutely.
but you everyone's walk is different. We're
They are.
all different, and none and what I'm saying is, there's no wrong way to walk with God.
Right.
There's only one way to walk with God, and that's no matter what your walk is, it's still right. That's
Yep.
what I'm saying. It's still right.
And that's what he
There
wants us
is no
to do.
wrong way.
He wants us to seek him and not
Amen.
some psychic or tarot card reader or whatever. We seek him.
Amen. We always got to ask God, please make us more like you and less like ourselves.
Absolutely. Well, Prayer Garden, I hate to run, but I got to call my daughter and check on her. But I
All right.
enjoyed talking to you so much.
Oh, girl, I loved having you up here, and I am so glad to see you're doing good. I've been worrying.
Well, thank you for your concerns. I mean, I'm feeling better. I am.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm going to keep you in my prayers, Miss Daisy. I love you.
I appreciate it, and I love you too. And you take care, okay?
You too, girl.
All right. Bye, Prayer Garden.
God bless. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I love Miss Daisy. I absolutely love that woman. Anyway, we're country folk. Me and Miss Daisy, country folk. That's what country folk, a lot of people say, oh, wasn't you and Miss Daisy fighting? We do. We country folk do that, and we still love each other, we come from a place where, you could get down and waddle in the mud, and the next day you're friends. That's just how it is where we come from. It's a beautiful thing, right? Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Love is, when you really care about people, as country folks care about one another. Your family. When you come from the country, you're just family. You didn't have to be born into your family. You just family. Everybody's family. You don't even know them, and they're family. As long as they talk like you, as long as they walk and talk like you family. That's where we come from. But yeah, and that's what's beautiful about it, because we treat each other just like family, right? You argue with your brother or sister, something, you don't turn your back on them for the rest of your life. No, next day you're okay. That's what humans do. So, and I love Miss Daisy. I've always liked her. I think she's always liked me. I think she's always liked me too. And it's kind of hard for people to understand, I know, but it not for a Southern, not for somebody who comes from the South. They totally understand what I'm saying. They know what it's like. Definitely. But yeah, and it's a beautiful thing to be able to, to love one another like that. Absolutely. Even through thick and thin, hell or high water, right? Through thick and thin, hell and high water. Bridges just don't get burnt with family, Bridges don't get burnt with family like that. Absolutely not. Ronald, I am never a victim, but I recognize hateful speech when I see it. I would do the same for you if someone called you out of your name. Okay. Hey, here's America. Here's America, right? Everybody's freedom of speech. I say, rock'em sock'em robots, right? I'm not getting into that one. At all. Anyway, yeah, we was talking about Cher, and I wanted to let people know that, I'm going to play out the girl that was up on panel tonight talking about she was the one that spilled the beans. I didn't agree with that, especially if it could have helped Quinton. So I'm going to play out.
Cher. I know people are getting, this is between me and you. Cher is playing her.
Damn, that about took out my
That's why you don't see me upset with what Cher's saying about me.
Okay, I'm going to start it over because this is the conversation. And you know, everybody's going to hear it for themselves.
Don't worry about Cher. I know people are getting, this is between me and you. Cher is playing her. That's why you don't see me upset with what Cher's saying about me.
She said Cher was playing her, which means Billie Joe. And that's why she ain't upset because, you know, she ain't upset because she already knows what's going on.
But don't tell Billie Joe that.
No,
don't tell anybody that until I pop up.
No worries. No worries. I'll act like I didn't know you were, hey. And the grandma was like, no, you weren't supposed to, you know. But she was showing him anyway. I think, like, now I understand because if she's kind of.
And there she said, oh no, I'm not going to say nothing. I'm not going to tell, right? I could tell she was going to tell. She knew she was going to tell right then and there. She knew she was going. She's like, haha, this is real juicy. Oh yeah. So I could tell she was going to tell, you know, right away. But you know, point being is, she promised to keep that. Oh, there's my sweet Norway, honey. I'm popping you up. How you doing, love?
Hi, sister. How are you?
I am doing good. How about yourself?
Yeah, you know something. I sent 2 super chats, and you didn't see it because I want to say, I want to send love for Miss Stacy. I have miss her, and I want to say I love you two together. So first, I sent 1 super chat, and you didn't see it, and I was damn, because I want to say, Miss Stacy means a lot to me, and you two together is like a power couple. I love to listen to you. So I send a new chat. And then I understand you have so great time when you're talking to her. You don't see nothing.
Oh, no, I did. I popped it up. I popped up your first one. And then when I popped up your second one, I thought, oh, that's the one I already popped up. And
no, maybe I am the man. I didn't see it.
Yeah, I popped it up.
I just want to say how I was so happy to listen to you and Miss Stacy, and thank you so much, and much love to you, Miss Stacy.
Oh yeah, she's beautiful, ain't she?
Yeah,
I've been worried about her.
Yeah, I haven't seen Miss Stacy for a long time.
Yeah, but she's in the chat. She was in my chat last night, but she didn't come up, and I was so thankful she came up tonight.
Who are you talking to today?
Huh?
It's not Miss Stacy today.
Oh yes, it was Miss Stacy today.
Yeah, now I was starting wondering. Yeah, is she gone now?
Yeah, she had to go call her. She said she had to go call her.
I am behind. That's why.
Her daughter. She said she had to go call her daughter.
Okay, maybe I am a little behind. I am sorry. I just want to say I love you, sister, and I love
you.
I love to listen to you. So I just want to tell you, I love you and thank you for everything you're doing for us, everybody. And I love the family in chats.
Oh, so I just thank you for
Miss Stacy is a beautiful woman.
Oh, she is. She
absolutely. I like to listen to you too.
She is a good person.
Yeah.
I am definitely glad that that me and Miss Daisy came together.
Yes.
And with kindness, love, what we should be doing. We're very few of the creators that actually have come together with kindness, love, and caring, right?
That's because of God.
Oh, absolutely. And and I also, she's Southern just like me, and I think it makes us understand one another a lot better, where we came from.
And you are both little stubborn.
Yeah, we both are.
Okay.
That is the truth, right?
Yeah, that is the truth. Yeah, it is. How is it going with her niece?
Um,
I don't know if I
oh,
want.
you know what? Last time I heard, she was doing a lot better. She was
Okay, she's
absolutely doing better, and
yeah,
Mrs. Daisy was checking into,
yeah,
getting her therapy and some good stuff going on in her life. So,
that's good.
yeah, Miss
Yeah,
Daisy's amazing. She's
yeah.
amazing.
I love you, prayer God, and I hope you and your children are fine. I hope you are doing good.
Oh, absolutely. How about yourself, girl? How are you doing?
I don't even ask. It is what it is. So I
Well,
love you,
you
prayer.
look beautiful. You look beautiful. You're glowing like a light. You know, you are. It's amazing. It's amazing how far you came. Like, you're you just look so strong and beautiful, and I
Thank
can
you.
see you got a beautiful light in your eyes now. When we
Thank
first
you,
met,
God.
you were so sad and everything, and
Yeah.
and now
I am
your eyes.
all of this every night. Every night you start, Norway is 2:30. So I'm standing up every night to listen to you. Every night because I
Oh,
need
God
that.
bless.
And I need that for my godly. Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you, I can see the light in your eyes, girl. I can see that. I can see the beautiful light of God through your eyes now. You
Thank you,
really
Pat.
are getting,
A
you are
lot to
really getting closer to the Lord, ain't you?
yeah. I am.
Absolutely.
And I'm
And
so lucky that I know I have you, everybody. And I love you. And thank you so much, Prayer Garden.
but He's
Take
shining through you. He is
take
definitely
care.
shining through you.
Thank you. Bye, my sister.
Bye,
Bye.
sweetheart. God bless. It ain't bye. It's just we'll till we meet again, right? No byes here. Till we meet again. You can't say bye to me. No. I gotta keep this woman. I love her. She can't go nowhere. Absolutely not. Oh, Trisha, I am so grateful. I got a super chat. Yes, yay, yay! Absolutely, that helps. That helps. I so blessed you're helping to support this channel. Love you dearly, PG. Hey, I love all of you guys too, and I absolutely, you guys are amazing, and I absolutely appreciate everyone, everyone. If I miss something, forgive me, because I do get busy and stuff, and sometimes something might slide by me. But um, I am thankful for everything, absolutely everything. Bit of support that you guys give here for, you know, to help me keep this channel going for these children. It is greatly appreciated. Not just a thank you from PG, but I know if these children were around, they would want to thank you as well. So I do that for them. You know, thank you from them and from PG. Absolutely. God bless. I appreciate it. Um, Julie says, at hello, sis. Much love. I know sis is going to send much love back too. Yes, thank you, God, for that. Amen. We are family. That's right, Wisconsin Mama. We are family, right? Absolutely. God bless. We're a family here. And I thank God every day for putting us together. Absolutely. But as you can see, this girl did expose after promising not to expose this. And this wasn't malice. This was for Quinton. This was for him, right? This was absolutely for Quinton, the victim. If they indeed um gathered up behind the scenes to get, to get answers for Quinton. That was amazing. But they let the wrong person in on it, right? They let the wrong person in on it. So shot that plan right down the crapper, right? I mean, it got flushed as fast as it came out. That's horrible. That's absolutely horrible. I mean, that is a secret that you keep. You keep until after it's done and over, and then you bring it out, right? Then you bring it out. You say, "Hey, I knew I was a great part of this. I was a great part of this." If she wanted to, I mean, I wouldn't bring it out afterwards. I would have just, thank God it worked, right? But if she was going to tell it, she should have waited till after it was all said and done, and then asked, Bullhorn Betty if it was okay she played it. I'm sure she would have had no problem with it then, especially if it led to getting information for Quinton. But it probably wouldn't have been smart to even play it then, because see, when you play stuff like this now, it lets all the what I'm saying is they won't be able to do this now for any other kid, because this lady done let that out of the bag. So now any cases in the future are going to be real leery about us creators, right? They're going to be real leery about us creators. And, even if the ones like Cher acting as if she's for them to get information, just, to help Quinton through, the chaos of, Bullhorn Betty. I think what was going to happen is Molly Golightly. There was a few of the creators going to go there, right? And start getting a bunch of chaos while Cher was there inside the house with Billie Joe and Leilani. And what was going to happen is, Cher was going to get some people like Benny and them to act like they're fighting back. And then they felt that Leilani and Billie Joe was going to, now that would make them have, full faith, and they think they have allies, and they might start talking. That's truth. But now they're not going to do anything, because this lady did not keep her promise. She outed everybody. So now the plan's gone. And it ain't just gone for Quinton, but it will be gone for other children in the future, because now, people know how they work, right? So it ain't going to work in the future. I mean, this lady destroyed everything for everybody. That's what I'm saying. If indeed that was the case. I don't even know if that was the case, to be honest with you. I don't know.
Playing her, then that would make sense. Just she did show a couple of things she shouldn't have.
And actually, after this is all over with, Dolly and I will be going on her panel.
Cool.
See, when this is over with, Dolly and I will be going on Cher's panel. That's what she's saying. They were going to go on Cher's panel and let everybody know, I guess, what they did anyway. But that would have been a dumb move as well, right? Because in the future, it wouldn't work for any other kids if you let your plan out, right? That's what I'm talking about.
So that's why I'm just staying away from it, because I don't like lying to my audience.
Right.
And so all I'm saying to people is, right now I just can't even talk to Cher because of this. We're on totally opposite sides. And that's all I can say, because I don't like lying.
Exactly.
So I feel like I'm old enough that I don't really give a damn what anybody says. I don't need to fucking lie to nobody.
Exactly.
If you don't like what I do, F you.
Well, apparently the son left Dolly's panel for just a little while, and then he came back, and then he said he's been talking to Billie Joe, and he said some more stuff.
What did he
But-
say? I wasn't. I went off. I got so fed up.
I
with
wasn't
Dolly.
watching his. I never watched his. I knew that he was on there, but I didn't watch any of his stuff.
There you go. Do I need to play that for anyone again? Does anybody want me to replay it? Put a 1 in the chat if you need it replayed. Hello? Can you guys hear me? Okay, yes, you can hear me. Does anybody, so you do want to rehear it? Hold on, and I'll play it again for you.
Don't worry about Cher. I know people are getting, this is between me and you. Cher is playing her. That's why you don't see me upset with what Cher's saying about me. But don't tell Billie Joe that.
No,
Don't tell
no,
anybody
no.
that until I
No.
pop up.
No worries. No worries. I'll act like I didn't know you were, hey. And then the grandma was like, no, you weren't supposed to, you know. But she was showing him anyway. I think, like, now I understand, because you were, if she's kind of playing her, then that would make sense. Just she did show a couple of things she shouldn't have.
And actually, after this is all over with, Dolly and I will be going on her panel.
Cool.
So that's why I'm just staying away from it, because I don't like lying to my audience.
Right.
And so all I'm saying to people is, you know, right now I just can't even talk to Cher because of this. We're on totally opposite sides. And that's all I can say, because I don't like lying.
Exactly.
So I feel like I'm old enough that I don't really give a damn what anybody says. I don't need to fucking lie to nobody.
Exactly.
If you don't like what I do, F you.
Well, apparently the son left Dolly's panel for just a little while, and then he came back.
So she said, you know, she's not going to lie to anybody, like, you know, retaliate on Cher or anything like that. You know, she's just going to, you know, stay cool, stay, you know, just stay, you know, like people ask, why ain't she retaliating on Cher or whatever like that? You know, she wasn't going to, you know, give a response because she's not willing to lie. That's what Betty was saying. You know, and if people don't like, you know, not getting an answer as to, then, or they don't like what she does, you know, fuck them, basically what she's saying, right? So, but, you know, this lady, point being is, at one point in that conversation, she was asked, this is between me and you, don't say nothing. And she gave her word she wouldn't. And she did. Right? I don't back shit like that. I'm sorry. And I don't back people that mess shit up for children's cases. You know, what I'm saying is the lady that came up on my panel tonight, looking for praise of putting this out, ain't going to get none here. You're just not going to get it. I don't fucking like Cher. I don't. She did screw up Summer's case, and I believe she would fuck up Quinton's case as well, right? I don't think she would help it in the least. I mean, you know, Cher's as two-faced as the devil, right? She's as two-faced as the devil, just as mean, wicked, and lying. And what I'm trying to say is, you know, even though she acts like, you know, she has a plan with Bullhorn Betty and Dolly and everything, Cher is a snake. She's a snake. She would crawl in there and, you know, and do nothing for this baby. She didn't do nothing for her own kids, right? She really didn't. And what she would do is, you know, head off Lonnie and Billie Joe, getting all the and then down the road when it's too late for Quinton to get justice, like Summer, 16 fucking months down the road, Cher, Thanks to you, bitch. We're going on 17. The 15th of November. We'll have 17 fucking months. Cher. When you could have just let the whales ran their mouth. And, you know, when you shut them up, you don't even know what the fuck they was going to continue to say. And it could have been something to help Summer and bring her home. But you bitch, you didn't let it be said. And you did do the same thing with Billie Joe and Leilani when they were trying to speak, as Miss Daisy was on panel and said as well. We all seen you telling them, don't be quiet, don't say that, don't give them anything, you know, because you want to milk this case for everything you can get, and that's all you give a fuck about, right? Just like you did the Wells case. And, you know, you first play Donald, then you play out a beautiful sunflower, new member. Hey, girl, God bless. Amen. I appreciate it. But yeah, you know, first she shut him up to say nothing, you know, and don't even know, she didn't ever know what the hell he was going to say next either, right? Because he didn't say it. And then, you know, once her the shit went south like she knows it's going to, right? She starts that big shit show up to get a bunch of click, likes, and views. And then after that, you know, when they ain't giving her a big shit show and arguing with her no more, or even calling her ass, oh, well, now let's play, you know, all the videos of the Wells, that behind the scenes, you know, shit, trying to get people to, you know, come and listen, you know, get some more fucking click, likes, and views off of, right? So she milked this baby. She milked this baby forever and a fucking day, didn't she? Forever and a fucking day. And what did it do for Summer? Nothing. Nothing but block what could have been said. What could have been said out of one of their mouths that would have led to Summer's remains or whatever is out there, or what, at least what happened to her, right? She stopped them from saying. She didn't let them talk. So, you know, what could have led law enforcement to a prosecution or Summer's body didn't get done, right? Didn't get done. Because Cher loves to control the narrative, and she don't give a fuck about the victim. She just gives a fuck about a shit show and getting everything she can and milking that child's name as long as she can for the money. That's what she does. Yeah, that's the fucking tooth, the whole tooth, and nothing but the tooth, right, Cher? You even got your fucking teeth out of it. I have no respect for motherfuckers like that. Absolutely not. None. And she thought she was going to go fuck up Quinton's case as well, right? Already started. You know, already started, right? From the beginning. Going the same direction. This ain't the Wells case. Yeah, bitch. You were playing it the same exact way. Don't tell us it ain't the Wells case when we sit there and fucking watched you play the same shit over again. It would have been a Wells case. Hopefully Leilani and her daughter, or Billie Joe and her daughter, is smarter than to fuck with Cher. I hope so. I hope so. Because Cher ain't for nobody but Cher. She ain't for anyone but Cher. And law enforcement, you know, already, they don't need Cher to tell them nothing. They've already got all the information they need to move forward and prosecute. And they pretty much told us that from day one, right? From day one, they let us know they had everything. They have evidence that he is no longer with us. That proves that Quinton, wherever he is deceased. They have Danny, which is going to be on the prosecuting side to save his own ass. He's going to be on the prosecuting side speaking for them against Leilani. So law enforcement has enough to fuck Leilani today if they really wanted to. Right? They don't need nobody else in the mix of this. This case is pretty cut and fucking dry, if you ask me. I mean, I think the only reason they really want Quinton is not just for the evidence and stuff, but I think mainly they want that baby to be laid to rest properly and not in some trash field. I think that's why they're working so hard to find him, and I pray they do, because he actually does deserve to be laid to rest like a prince and not thrown away like a piece of fucking garbage, right? That's where I'm coming from. But that is what Cher does. But I have no respect for this person that gave out this information either. What I'm saying is Cher needs to let these people, if it ain't going to be a Wells case, then stop telling them when to talk and not talk, Cher. Let them talk. Let them run it out however they're going to run it out. And then you can say you're helping the victim. But until then, bitch, back the fuck up, because you ain't helping no one but yourself. No one but you. You're fucking the victim's case up. Right? Acting like you're doing something. You ain't doing shit, but aiding and abetting some criminals. That's what you're doing. But that's her MO, right? That's what the fuck she does. That's what she does. Oh, girl, you want to laugh? I give you a laugh. Here. Leilani, not by the hair of my chinny chin chin, right? Leilani, I'm telling the truth. Right? Mrs. Potato Chin? Pinocchio. There you go. What do you think of that one? That was a good one, right? That was a good one. You want to see how much Cher fucks up people's cases? There you go. Let me put this down so everybody get it. That bitch is waiting, right? She 2 cases right there. There you go. Hansel and Gretel. She totally fucked up the case, right? Come and eat from my candy house, little ones. Come eat from my candy house. I'll lock you away in the dark so nobody could ever be thinking about you again. They have to dig you out like we did Summer, right? Like we did Summer. Yeah, that's that fucking witch right there. Come eat from my candy house. Trick or treat. Let me put you in the dark. They put you in the dark. Right, Cher? Yeah. You didn't give a fuck about your own kids. How you going to care about anybody else's, you fucking witch? There you go. There you go. That's Cher. That is definitely Cher right there. Yeah. And as you notice, her fucking candy house is on wheels, right? She wants to be able to roll it around to all the different cases and fuck them up. That's what she wants to do. She got a candy house on wheel, right? Let her collect all the kids and put them in the fucking dark so somebody else has to dig them out. And by the time they do in the light, you got to fight the shit out of law enforcement because the case is trying to run cold, right? That's what Cher does. She's a freaking nasty witch with a candy house on wheels. You know? And Benny Keys, man. I don't even want to talk about that guy. I want to talk about him. You know, he's driving that fucking ice cream truck, right? He's driving that ice cream truck. People, man, unbelievable. Here he goes, one. Finding friends with the same mental disorders as you, right? Priceless. Yeah. There we go. You know, which one do you think's the brains of the operation? That's my question. Which one is the brains of this operation? Because poor Betty confided into a snitch, right? So that can't be the brains. Fucking Cher, everybody can see through Cher. You know, she's as transparent as that fucking glass right there, right? Everybody knows she's a piece of shit. Fucks up every kid's case she gets into. That bitch ain't no Einstein for sure, right? Oh, that leaves Dolly. That leaves Dolly. This dude's falling in love with the fucking suspect up there, right? Will you marry me? Will you marry? I don't know. See, that's what I'm talking about. You put them three together, stooges, right? That's what the fuck I'm talking about. You know, you gotta have a brains of an operation. You don't have no brains there, shit goes south, right? Shit goes south. You know, and when you make a plan, trust nobody. Trust nobody. I mean, if they ain't part of the plan, leave them the fuck out of it. Common sense, right? Common sense. Don't tell nobody nothing that they ain't in on, because probably they're going to tell. They ain't got nothing to lose if they ain't part of the plan, right? There you go. We really missed out this year. We should have all went to Jody Sue and got our candy. What your a piece of that rotten fruit. Some of that roadkill she probably had in that trash can. Yeah, we really missed out. I don't. That would have been no picnic, right? I ain't trying to drag my kids up a hill they're fighting to get back down. Oh shit. Absolutely not. You think that's funny? You should see this. I heard Don and Candace was having a campfire up there. They said it was really getting out of control. Look what they was burning. You see there? Candace's old memories. Ernie and Candace. Benny and Candace. Right? Grandis trying to pull her trailer off the mountain while Ernie was inside in Don's clawfoot bathtub. Yeah. That's what they's out there doing. They's out there getting rid of all of Candace's past memorabilia, right? There you go. Donald's like The Shining. I'm back. Right? I'm back. Here's Johnny. Only it's here's Johnny. Right? That's the way it goes. That cracks me up. Right now he's up there carrying around a shovel. Wait till he starts dragging the axe. Right? Oh shit. That's funny stuff, man. Any updates on Grandis? Yeah. There's an update on Grandis. Donald and them's up there burning all of her pictures. Right? They're up there burning all Grandis's pictures. They like, bitch, how you gonna leave us like that? How you gonna leave us like that? Right? You know we needed that medication you get. That extra income. Get your old ass back up here, woman. That's what they be saying. Yeah, yeah, I find it funny too. It's funny that she ain't had a knee problem since June the 15th. I found it funny that June the 16th she was walking around and sitting in a doorway with no brace on, right? And that's what I found funny. No bag, sitting that ass on that freaking lawn chair with the news, right? Well, we got home and took the groceries in to my trailer. The boys helped me. Oh, and of course, summer. Oh, bitch, don't strain too hard to try to remember summer, right? Of course, summer. Of course. I don't know. I didn't like that statement, right? Of course, summer. I thought you was the grandma that wanted to adopt Summer, take care of Summer. Let me hug you and squeeze you and keep you, grandma. Right? And then when the news is there to talk about June 15th and Summer, you want to talk about a bunch of damn protesters, right? And how Johnny Law knows where you're at and can come talk to you anytime. No, Grandis. Your ass had to be told to get back here and question upon some shit that you've been out there saying, right? You've been out there running your face and you got called back. So, and they would have to call you back now. So you're not right there where they can just come and talk to you. Absolutely not. The news just caught you at a time when you hadn't hauled ass again, right? And this time, they don't even have a residence that, on Ben Hill Road, they can't even knock on your trailer door, right? Because it's gone. You sold it. You're like, I ain't going back there, right? I ain't even going back there. You hauled that ass for good. And that tells me that your old ass afraid you know something that you're afraid of and you're just hoping it'll go away. Well, I'm going to tell you what, just because you squeeze your eyes shut, just because you see something and you squeeze your eyes shut, don't mean it disappeared, dumbass. It's probably still there. It's probably still there, Miss Grandis. And one thing for damn sure, shutting your eyes don't make you invisible. It can still see you. Right? It can still see your old ass. So Johnny Law ain't gone away just because you ran off the hill. They're not disappeared out of your life, and you sure the hell haven't disappeared out of theirs, right? your old bag. Anytime they want your ass, they'll come get you by the railroad tracks, right? They'll come get your old ass by that railroad track. Yeah, her was knocked 3 times. And she's gone because it has to be the police. That's funny as hell, Ronald. I'm sorry, I had to cough. I ain't trying to even cough in the microphone. But yeah, that's that's funny, Ronald. That is a good one. Anyway, Mrs. Potato Chin's funny as hell, right? I can't help it. That is funny. This right here is a good one. Miss Potato Chin. Pinocchio. That is funny shit. That is funny shit right there. I don't care what anybody says. That is hilarious, right? That is hilarious. And this just backs up what you know, that the conversation was real between the girl and Bullhorn Betty. It was absolutely a real conversation. She says it's been exhausting. I need a rest, but JLR believes the numbers are hitting and thinks I should stay. So I'm struggling with wanting a break and covering the story. So now I'm unsure if I should come home. I hate making decisions, but JLR knows what he's doing. You know? Yeah, JLR, sees the number going up as in, money, 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 Say it for yourself, Cher. Say
Dang,
it for yourself.
money. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money.
There you go. Say it again,
Dang,
Cher.
money. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money.
Yeah. There you go. There you go. These people ain't for, they're not for the victim. They're not for, they're really not for anybody but themselves. And when you're only for yourself, the only thing you're going to do is fuck up the case, right? You're just going to fuck up the case. That's what you're going to do. You're going to fuck up the case, for these children, for the children. That's, that's what's going to happen. And that's what should not happen. Right? That's what should not happen. But it does. It does. And I don't care how these people, what they got to say. That's what they do. They absolutely get in there, for the click, likes, and views. That's what they do. They get in there for the click, likes, and views, and I'm tired of it. Personally, I am absolutely sick of the shit, if you ask me. The only ones, that's paying the price here is Summer, Quinton, Kylie, all of these people that deserve to be found, brought home, justice served. thank goodness for, Avengers with Purpose finding Kylie. If it had been left up to that community, she still wouldn't be found, right? But they found her. Praise God. And and I think that's what it takes. I think that's what it, would take to find Summer as outsiders. Because nobody in Tennessee seems to be looking for her. And little Quinton, let's just pray they are looking for him. That law enforcement is diligently seeking that baby. Let's hope to God they find him. I know I do. But if Cher gets in the middle of all of this, I'm not sure what all could go wrong, but I'm sure that it will. Anything that will go wrong. Cher is a shiesty bitch. Looking to do Quinton's case exactly the way she did the Wells. I mean, put a 1 in the chat if you agree with me. Put a 2 if you don't. If you agree that, Cher will fuck this case up just like Summers, and that you believe that she was going after it just like she was Summers, put a 1 in that chat. Put a 2 if you think that, she was going to be the savior of the day for Quinton. Sure in the hell wasn't the savior of the day for Summer, was she? 17 fucking months as of the 15th of November. Little Summer still missing. And all I got to say is thanks a fucking lot, Cher, right? Thanks a lot, Chris M. Thanks a lot to a lot of mother freakers that done nothing Benny Keys for the victim, but fuck up their case. There you go. There you go. I'm not well liked because I do speak the truth. And people, like Bullhorn Betty said, right? They don't like it. Well, the truth is hard to face. It's hard to face. Nobody likes to face it. But it needs to be faced. Because we need to find these children. We need to make changes, right? We need to run people like Cher out of the YouTube world because she don't belong here. It's true crime. No, she shouldn't even be doing true crime because she is not for the victim. She's for the suspects and the criminals. And in true crime, you're supposed to be for the victim, right? You're supposed to be for the victims. You're not supposed to be on the opposite side of the fence. And you sure the hell ain't supposed to be for yourself and self-gain. That's like the worst of the worst, right? And that is exactly what Cher is for, to be honest. She's, like I said, she's not for Leilani or Billy Joe. She wasn't for Candace or Donald, was she? She acted like she was, milked it, then turned on them to milk it. She sees the numbers going down by treating the suspects good. Because at first the numbers are high, right? Because everybody wants to see the suspects. But then the numbers get real low because people start to, they don't want to see the suspects no more. You're aiding and abetting these motherfuckers. we can't back this. So the numbers start going down. So what Cher does is she flips the table and starts being mean as hell to the suspects now. Now she starts treating them like the criminals they are, right? To get that number back up. And then they just get fed up with her shit, like the Wells did, and just totally don't want to fucking talk to her at all anymore. Period. Even, no matter how much she's calling and bugging them. So now she wants to call, use all the phone calls that, that she had from day one, and then tell everybody how she turned them into TBI and shit when we don't know what the fuck she did, and I don't think TBI needed them. But, she milked it that way. Then all of a sudden she flipped, when people's tired of hearing that shit, she flips it and wants to play, all the bugaboo conversations, right? Where she's getting told to go fuck herself and everything else by the Wells once they were done with her ass. And she milks it a little farther, right? Because that's what she does. That's what she does. And then when another case comes along, she jumps on it like she did Quinton's. Kylie's, Quinton, whatever else she can do to milk the shit out of that as well, right? And Billie Joe was just stupid enough to answer her in her text, trusting in her, talking to her, and thinking she had some kind of little supporter out here in the YouTube world, when really she had a real fucking cobra snake at her back, right? Getting ready to strike her. Well, everybody across the road raising 3 different kinds of chaos and hell and being really, really super bad and mean as they planned. Cher and Benny and them was going to go the opposite direction, making them people feel, that they had some allies over there, when indeed they had nothing but, backstabbing motherfuckers the whole time, that they was getting ready to play completely out just like they did the Wells. One tune at a time. First, be friends, bring the numbers up, then turn the table. Where's Quinton, bitches? Where's Quinton? You know where Quinton is. I don't even believe you, Billie Joe, supporting that worthless daughter of yours when we was talking with you, or we was there, this, and this. Play the numbers out. Right? Just like we heard, where's Summer, Dawn? Ask your fucking wife, where's Candace? Ask Candace, where's Summer? You know where your daughter is. You know what happened. Yeah. You're this, and this, Dawn and Candace. You're pure fucking dirt, hell, and shit, right? That's what Cher was saying. Same thing Benny was saying. Same thing Cam and Allie was saying after kissing the Wells' ass, right? I think Cam held in there the longest, but it's the way it went, right? And then once the Wells disappeared out of sight, Dawn in jail, Candace running off, after she made an ass out of herself, right? Benny played her on out as long as he could. But once they're gone, then let's play all this other shit upon them, right? And they did it. They know they did it. And then Don's ready to get back out of jail, and Cam's all puckered up with the big fucking lips, ready to kiss that ass some more, like he didn't ever, say a bad word about him, right? When he was prosecuting the shit out of him, as soon as he got rolled off the heel, right? All the little secrets that he didn't let nobody know until he did get rolled off, and how he's sure they fucking done it. And all their dirty, dark little secrets up there. And Benny the same way, right? Man, with friends like that, you don't need no fucking enemies. Absolutely not. And even, even Benny was trying to talk nice about Dawn. Cracked me the fuck up, right? They cracked me up. I'm sure Donald is going to be back out here. I'm sure he will, because he wants to keep his daughter in the spotlight. He wants to keep Summer in the spotlight. He's not going to let her case, he's not going to let the world forget about his daughter. Absolutely not. He will be back out here. But do I believe he's going to fuck with any of those losers he fucked with before? I don't think so. Not at all. Not at all. He ain't going back to Doug's or Benny or Cam's and Allie's or Cher's or any of them fuckers. He's not going to do it. So if they think he is, they're wrong. They're absolutely positively wrong. For sure. Donald knows that all of them didn't do a thing to help the real truth to get out. I think Donald does want the real truth out. I think he wants somebody smart enough to get the truth out. And he sure in the hell ain't going to find it amongst them losers, and he already knows it. So, it is what it is. It is what it is. The only way you're going to see Donald messing with any of those losers at all is probably to tell him what he really thinks about them. Right? Now I'm not doubting that one. I'm not doubting that one. But when he comes back out here in the YouTube world, they ain't got a freaking... They're like a snowball and heading for hell, right? Not a chance. So, that's for sure. That's for sure. But he will be back out. He will be back out. And he'll be back out because he feels that Quinton's case is overpowering his daughters. And Donald ain't going to let his daughter get put in the dark. He wants her in the light. And he, that I do know. That I do know. So he's going to be out here to make sure, if nothing else, Summer gets, keeps getting the recognition that she deserves. And he'll especially be out here doing it if he really wasn't involved in it, right? If he really was not involved in anything that happened to Summer, he's going to be out here busting his ass to keep his daughter's name alive. I know that. So let's wait and see, right? Let's wait and see. I know Dom Wells pretty good. Back of my hand. So all I'm doing is biding my time. Did I call him? No, I'm not going to. Do I got his number? Yes. Am I going to call him? No. Dom Wells knows where all of us YouTubers are. He knows the ones that has kept his daughters alive out here. Right? And the ones that ain't. And like I said, if he truly had nothing to do with what happened to Summer, he'll keep her in the light. He'll be out here making sure that she don't get put in the dark ever again. So, and that's why I don't contact him. I absolutely don't contact him because, I like to give people their own choice. Their own choices. And so I'm going to sit back and wait. I'm going to see what Donald Wells' choice is. Because that's going to be, that's going to tell me everything I need to know about the Wells. That's what I'm saying. And I think it should tell all of you everything you need to know at the end of the day. I'm not here for the Wells. I'm here for Summer. And I think, 17 months down the road, it's time to start asking law enforcement in Hawkins County to come out and let people know where this case is, because so many people are still invested, right? And we have a damn right to know. We have a right, to be this invested in something. We have a right to know where law enforcement is standing upon it. So we'll wait and see. Anyway, I'm going to find Summer's song here, and I must have left it in my video collection, so I'm going to go in here and see if I can find it. Yep, I found it. So I'm gonna play Quinton's and Summer's video out. And I'm gonna ask everyone, please, please, please keep those prayers going up for Summer. I know for a fact God hears prayers. Through Jesus Christ, you pray through in the name of Jesus, it's gonna get to God. And God is hearing them prayers. So make sure, before you go to bed tonight, if you do nothing else, please put your hands together, look up, and ask the Lord, please let us find this baby. Let us bring her home. Let us bring her home. I don't even care about justice. What I do care about is Summer having a beautiful final resting space, right? She should have been put down like a princess, just like Quinton should have been put down like a prince. But they both seem to got threw away like garbage. We don't know, where either one of them are. But, when people, what I'm saying is, I don't think Candace and Donald or anybody or whoever did what they did this summer, nailed a coffin together, right? But I don't know, because Jody Sue seems to keep them death boxes laying around her yard, right? I don't know. And I have my suspicions on her when it comes to Summer's case. I have my suspicions on her. Absolutely do. I ain't done with Jody Sue as well. Jody Sue said a lot of crazy shit. Some reason law enforcement is not listening to it. I talked to law enforcement about Jody Sue, and basically the answers I got from them is she comes out with all of these comments, right? These crazy shit, whether it be a lie or the truth. And then she tells law enforcement that, they need to arrest her. But the last time she checked, there's no law against lying. And that's how she's leading the law enforcement to her door constantly. And then saying this shit to them. Right? Whether it be truth or not, they don't know either. And she will not take a lie detector's test. Jody Sue will not take a lie detector's test. So, there you go. There you go. Now you have it. And I did personally talk to law enforcement about Jody Sue down there. Now, I will not play law enforcement out on my lies. You either got to take what I'm saying or leave it. I don't care. I have no reason to lie about something as petty as that. That's crazy. But I did speak to him upon Jody Sue. And, that's what I just told you was what they told me to my understanding. And that's probably something people didn't know. Now you do. You want to know how she's been getting away with all that shit? I just told you. And like I said, I personally spoke to law enforcement, and to my understandings, that's what they were telling me. Now, I'm pretty good at understanding people when they're talking to my ass. So, like I said, I don't think she should be allowed to get away with what she's doing. I don't. And I do have my suspicions upon her, and I think a whole lot of what she said is truth. I do. But how's law enforcement going to prove that when, she's refusing a lie detector's test and she tells them that there's no law against lying? Right? I don't know. I thought it was, obstruction of justice for her to be doing what she's doing. But they tried to tell me no, that's not what it is. Because I did suggest that. Now, I don't know, if Don and Candace got involved and said they feel that it is obstruction of justice what she is doing in their daughter's case and got a lawyer, they could possibly pressure her to either shut the fuck up or take a lie detector's test, right? And I think that's what they should do. Because she's making a ton of money off the back of their daughter. And if they honestly didn't do anything, they need to start thinking about who did. And I think they might find the answer across the road from them with a mother protecting her son, right? And a dad that indeed was in the son's face saying, I was the last one to see Summer's dead body. As if I had to clean up your fucking mess, boy. Right? That's what I'm talking about. So like I said, if Don didn't do nothing, he'll be back out here to keep his daughter's case alive. If he did do something, then, like his cowardly ass wife, he'll hide. There you go. It is what it is. I'm not saying that, I think whatever happened to Summer, Candace fully knows. I think she knows. I think she has you can't be there and not have an ideal, a damn good ideal, like a super 100% ideal, what happened to their damn kid, right? There's no way in hell. I mean, you're going to suspect somebody, especially if you live in that rural area right there where there is nobody. That's what I'm talking about. But I stand upon, even if Candace knew something went down, even if she knew, she would not want to tell Donald, I let this happen to your daughter. I don't think she'd want to tell him that. She'd be scared. And Grandis would be like, well, Grandis took the hell off because, maybe she's afraid. Maybe she's afraid at some point Candace will say something. I don't know. I'm not sure. Like I said, I do think that, we'll wait and see. If he comes out, if he comes back out, then I have to think twice if he had something to do with this child or not. If he don't come back out, I think we all got the answer to, yeah, they know. And they hope that law enforcement does get off the case, right? But from what I understand, right now they're putting together everything needed to prosecute Candace, even without Summer's body. So Candace is the one who's going to be going down. Anyway, that's to my understanding. She's the main suspect in Summer's case. But I knew that from day one, the way they were following her around, right? That's what I'm talking about. So we'll wait and see. I'm popping up her song. Please keep those prayers going up for these babies. Please keep the prayers going up for these babies. PG will be back tomorrow night. We had a good night tonight, right? I'll be back tomorrow night. PG's comedy show. Make sure you're here. Make sure you're here for it. You don't ever know what's going to happen here, right? I mean, we don't know. We don't know, but you know what? You gotta have a little bit of fun in all of this, or you just won't want to be here at all. Trust me. Trust me. True crime is just too stressful. People do need, like some people said in the chat tonight, we need a fun night. We need a fun night, and absolutely, I mean, the memes and stuff, I know lightens things up, and that's why I put them out here for you guys. I know that because, these missing kids is very, very stressful. It's stressful. We don't know where they're at. We don't know what happened to them. We got lying ass people all around these children. Nobody seems to be able to tell the truth, right? And then when we get these people talking, we got creators that's shutting them down, telling them don't say it. Now we don't ever know what they was going to say, or if it would have helped the child or not to be found or brought home or got justice. It's just so fucked up, and it can be overwhelming. It can be overwhelming for everyone, absolutely. So put those hearts up. Show these babies that you do care, you do love them, and most of all, put them up because God sees all, and we want Him to see that we do care for these children. Good night, everybody. God bless. Much love. Please keep Norway in your all's prayers. Please keep Miss Norway in your prayers. Absolutely. And keep each other in your prayers. Always know PG goes to church every day. I pray for everybody, not somebody. God bless. Good night.